If you don't subscribe to the channel, all the stories will happen to you. Get ready for the nightmare. It all started on an ordinary Thursday evening. I had just gotten home from work, exhausted from another long day at the office. The usual routine followed. Drop my keys on the counter, kick off my shoes, and head to the bathroom to freshen up. Everything seemed normal. The dim lighting in the hallway, the faint hum of the refrigerator, and the familiar scent of the lavender candle I'd lit that morning. But something changed when I looked into the bathroom mirror. At first, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to shake off the fatigue, and glanced up. My reflection stared back, as expected, tired eyes, disheveled hair, and a weary expression. Nothing unusual, but just as I was about to turn away, I saw it. A flicker, a subtle movement. My reflection didn't move in sync with me. My heart skipped a beat. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. This time, everything seemed fine. My reflection mirrored my every move, and I chuckled to myself, thinking I was just overly tired. I walked away from the mirror, but the uneasy feeling lingered. I couldn't shake the image of that brief moment, where it felt like my reflection had a mind of its own. Over the next few days, I tried to convince myself it had been a trick of the light, or maybe just my imagination. But every time I passed by a mirror, whether it was in the bathroom, my bedroom, or even a shop window, I couldn't help but glance a little longer, waiting for that strange flicker again. Nothing happened, for a while at least. Then, one evening, as I was brushing my teeth, it happened again. I was leaning over the sink, lost in thought, when I glanced up at the mirror and froze. My reflection was staring back at me, but there was something off. The face looking at me was mine, but the eyes, they weren't. They were darker, more intense, as if a shadow had passed behind them. And then it smiled. I hadn't smiled. I dropped my toothbrush, my heart racing as I stepped back from the sink. The smile faded from the reflection's face, and it mirrored my panic. I stood there for a moment, staring, waiting for the reflection to do something again. But it didn't. It just stood there, mirroring my fear. "Stop it," I whispered, as if speaking to the reflection would make it behave. I was shaking now, my breath shallow and uneven. I stepped closer, trying to make sense of what was happening, but the reflection just stared. Eventually, I turned away, unable to look any longer. I felt foolish. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe it was stress or lack of sleep. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. Over the next week, it got worse. Every time I looked into a mirror, I saw it. That faint flicker, the brief delay between my movements and the reflections. Sometimes the expression would change ever so slightly. A smile, a frown, a look of surprise, none of which I was making. I started to dread looking at my own reflection, afraid of what I might see next. One night, after days of avoiding mirrors as much as I could, I found myself standing in front of the bathroom mirror again. I hadn't meant to. I had simply walked in to grab something, and there it was, my reflection, waiting for me. It looked normal at first, mirroring my every move as I reached for the towel. But just as I was about to turn away, I saw it again. The reflection smiled. I stood frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. But as I stood there, I realized something even more unsettling. The reflection wasn't just smiling. It was watching me, studying me, like it knew something I didn't. And then, without warning, the reflection tilted its head slightly, a gesture I hadn't made. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't my reflection anymore. It was someone or something else. I backed away slowly, my eyes never leaving the mirror. The reflection stayed where it was, still smiling, still watching. I didn't know what to do. Was I losing my mind? Or was something seriously wrong? I turned off the bathroom light and left the room, the reflection still burning in my mind. I tried to distract myself, to focus on anything else, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw that smile, that knowing look. I decided that night I wouldn't look in a mirror again. Not until I figured out what was happening. Avoiding mirrors proved harder than I thought. They were everywhere, in the bathroom, in my bedroom, even in my phone. I couldn't escape them. For days, I managed to avoid directly looking into any reflective surface. I knew it sounded ridiculous, but the fear of seeing that twisted version of myself was too strong. One evening, I was sitting in my living room, trying to relax with a book when my phone buzzed. Absent-mindedly, I picked it up, and the screen lit up. My reflection stared back at me from the black screen, and before I could react, it smiled again. This time, the reflection spoke. "You can't avoid me forever." I dropped the phone as if it had burned me. My heart was racing, and my skin felt cold. This was no longer just a trick of the light or a hallucination. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. I ran to the bedroom, away from any mirrors or reflective surfaces, but I knew it was only a temporary escape. Whatever was happening wasn't going to stop on its own. I had to find out what was causing it. The next day, I decided to visit an old friend, Sarah, who had a background in paranormal research. I knew how strange it would sound, but at this point I didn't care. I needed answers, and Sarah was the only person who might be able to help. I told her everything. The flickers in the mirror, the unsynchronized movements, and the smile that wasn't mine. She listened intently, her expression growing more concerned as I went on. "I've heard of things like this before," she said finally, her voice quiet. "Reflections acting independently of the person they belong to. It's rare, but it's real. There's a theory that mirrors are more than just reflective surfaces. Some believe they're gateways or portals to other dimensions. Sometimes, something from the other side can get stuck." "Stuck?" I echoed, my stomach twisting in knots. She nodded. "It's like a tether. They latch onto your reflection and slowly try to take control. The more you look into mirrors, the stronger they get." I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead. "How do I stop it?" Sarah hesitated, then said, "There are ways to break the connection, but it's dangerous. You'd have to confront whatever's in the mirror." I swallowed hard. Confront it. The idea of facing whatever was lurking in my reflection was terrifying, but I didn't have a choice. The thought of confronting whatever was lurking in my reflection left a knot in my stomach. But after my conversation with Sarah, I knew it was the only way. Avoiding mirrors would only buy me time, not solve the problem. So, I prepared myself for the confrontation ahead. That night, I stood in front of the largest mirror in my apartment, an antique full-length mirror in my bedroom that I had inherited from my grandmother. Its ornate frame and age-worn glass suddenly seemed menacing in the dim light. The air in the room felt thick, as if the very walls were holding their breath, waiting for what was about to happen. I had to face it. Slowly, I stepped closer, staring at my own reflection. It looked normal, my face pale with fear, but otherwise unchanged. My hand trembled as I reached up to touch the cool surface of the glass. The reflection mimicked me, perfectly in sync. And then it happened. The smile. That twisted, unnatural grin spread across the reflection's face, though my own remained frozen in fear. It was watching me again, like it knew something I didn't. A chill ran down my spine, and my throat felt tight. This wasn't just a reflection. It was something else, something far more sinister. "You can't avoid me," it whispered, the sound faint but clear, as if coming from deep within the mirror. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. It was talking to me. How was this possible? My mind raced as I tried to remember everything Sarah had told me. I needed to confront it. But how? What could I even say to something that wasn't supposed to exist? Gathering every ounce of courage I had, I stepped closer again. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The reflection's eyes darkened, its smile fading as it leaned closer to the glass, closer to me. "I want what's mine." The room seemed to grow colder, and I felt a pull, as if the mirror itself was trying to drag me in. My breath quickened. I couldn't let this thing take control. I had to fight back. "I'm not yours," I said, louder this time. "You don't belong here." The reflection tilted its head, its eyes narrowing. "Oh, but I do. I've always been here. You just didn't notice." Its voice was soft, eerie, like a distant echo. "And soon, I'll be more than just your reflection." I stepped back, my mind racing. This thing wanted to take my place, to become me. I couldn't let that happen. "What are you?" I demanded, though my voice trembled. The reflection's grin returned, wider than before. "I'm what's left behind. I'm the shadow you can't shake, the part of you that's always been waiting waiting for the right moment. I felt a surge of anger rising within me. This thing, whatever it was, had been tormenting me for days, and I wasn't going to let it win. "You're nothing," I spat, stepping closer to the mirror again. "You're just a reflection. You don't have power over me." The reflection's eyes gleamed, a hint of malice in its gaze. "We'll see." And then, with a sudden movement, the reflection pressed its hand against the glass from the inside. My breath caught in my throat as I watched its palm meet mine, but this time, I could feel it cold solid. It wasn't just a reflection anymore. Panicking, I tried to pull away, but my hand was stuck, as if the mirror itself was holding me in place. The reflection's smile grew wider, more twisted, as it leaned closer, its face inches from mine on the other side of the glass. "You can't escape," it whispered, its breath fogging up the mirror. "Soon, I'll be free, and you'll be trapped." I struggled, pulling with all my strength, but the more I fought, the stronger the pull became. My hand was sinking into the mirror, the cold surface swallowing my fingers as if it were liquid. "No!" I shouted, panic rising in my chest. I had to do something, anything. Summoning every ounce of willpower, I focused on my own reflection, forcing myself to calm down. This thing was feeding off my fear, growing stronger the more terrified I became. "I'm not afraid of you," I said, though my voice wavered. "You don't control me." The reflection's grin faltered, just for a moment. I could feel the pull weakening, and I seized the opportunity. With a surge of energy, I yanked my hand free from the mirror. The glass rippled like water before solidifying again. The reflection glared at me, its expression twisted with rage. "This isn't over," it hissed, its voice dripping with malice. "You can't keep me out forever." I backed away, breathing heavily, my heart racing. I didn't know what I had just faced, but I had won for now. The reflection was still there, watching me, but the connection had weakened. I could feel it. As I turned away from the mirror, I knew one thing for sure. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't finished with me, and it wouldn't stop until it got what it wanted. The days that followed were a blur of anxiety and sleepless nights. Every time I passed a mirror, I felt the weight of its presence, like it was watching me, waiting for another chance to strike. I had avoided looking into any reflective surface, but I couldn't avoid the growing sense of dread that followed me everywhere. The reflection was getting stronger. Even in the corners of my vision, I saw flickers, shadows that moved where they shouldn't, faces in glass windows that didn't belong to anyone. It was always there, lurking just out of sight. Sarah tried to help, offering advice on how to protect myself from whatever was trying to take hold of me, but nothing seemed to work. The connection between me and the reflection was too strong, too deeply rooted. And then one night it happened again. I'd been lying in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The air in the room felt thick, oppressive, like the darkness itself was pressing down on me. I tried to calm my racing thoughts, but the unease gnawed at me. That's when I heard it, a soft whisper, coming from the direction of the mirror. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Slowly, I turned my head toward the antique mirror in the corner of the room. The reflection was there, but this time it wasn't just watching. It was standing outside the glass in my room. I couldn't breathe. My heart raced as I stared at the figure standing outside the mirror, no longer bound to the reflection. It was identical to me, but twisted, its grin too wide, its eyes too dark, filled with a strange hunger. The room seemed to shrink around me, the air growing colder with every passing second. The figure took a step forward, moving with an eerie grace. It wasn't just a copy of me. It was something else, something far more dangerous. My body tensed as the reality of the situation sank in. This thing was real. It was in my room. "Who are you?" I managed to croak, my voice barely above a whisper. Fear gripped my throat, making it hard to speak. The figure tilted its head, its dark eyes locked on mine. "You already know," it whispered, the sound chilling in the quiet of the night. I tried to move, but my legs felt like they were glued to the bed. Panic surged through me, and I could feel the icy tendrils of fear creeping into every part of my body. I had to do something, anything, but I was frozen in place. The figure's grin widened as it slowly circled the room, its movements silent, almost predatory. "You've seen me before," it continued, its voice dripping with malice. "In every mirror, every shadow. I've been waiting for so long." My mind raced. Was this really happening? How could something like this exist? I had never believed in ghosts or supernatural beings, but this thing defied every explanation. I needed to escape. I needed to get away before it got any closer. I forced myself to move, finally managing to swing my legs over the side of the bed. But before I could take a step, the figure was in front of me, blocking my path. Its cold eyes bored into mine, and I could feel its breath on my skin, frigid and unnatural. "You can't run," it said softly, almost amused by my fear. "I'm part of you now." I stumbled back, my hand reaching for anything that could serve as a weapon. My fingers found the lamp on the bedside table, and without thinking, I swung it toward the figure. The lamp passed through it as if it were smoke. My heart sank as the figure laughed, a low, cruel sound that echoed through the room. "You can't fight me," it said, stepping closer again. "I'm stronger than you think." Desperation clawed at me, and I backed away until I hit the wall. There was nowhere left to go, no way to escape. The figure loomed over me, its dark grin widening. I had to think fast. If physical attacks didn't work, maybe there was another way. I remembered what Sarah had said about facing my fears. This thing was feeding off my terror, growing stronger the more scared I became. I had to stand my ground. With every ounce of courage I could muster, I straightened up, refusing to let it see how terrified I really was. "You don't scare me," I lied, my voice shaking despite my best efforts. The figure's eyes gleamed with amusement. "You're a terrible liar." But I didn't back down. I had to convince it, or maybe convince myself, that I wasn't afraid. "You're just a reflection," I said, my voice stronger now. "You're not real." For the first time, the figure hesitated. Its grin faltered, if only for a moment. But that moment was enough. I could feel the balance shift, just slightly. "I am real," it hissed, stepping closer, but this time, there was a trace of uncertainty in its voice. "I am." I held my ground. "No, you're not. You're nothing." The figure snarled, its face twisting with anger. "I'll show you what I am," it spat, lunging toward me. But before it could reach me, the figure began to dissolve, its form breaking apart like smoke caught in the wind. It let out a furious scream, the sound fading as its body dissipated into the air. And then, just like that, it was gone. The room fell into an eerie silence, and I collapsed against the wall, my body shaking with relief and exhaustion. I didn't know how I had done it, but I had managed to drive it away for now. But as I caught my breath, I knew this wasn't over. The figure had said it was part of me, and I could feel its presence lingering in the shadows, waiting for another chance. I had won this round, but the battle was far from finished. The days that followed felt strangely normal, as if the terrifying encounter with the figure had been nothing more than a vivid nightmare. But deep down, I knew it was real. The memory of its cold eyes and twisted grin lingered in my mind, haunting my every thought. I tried to return to my routine, work, coffee with friends, even binge-watching TV late into the night. But every time I passed a mirror, every time I caught my reflection in a window, I felt it. The presence. It was subtle at first, like a faint prickling on the back of my neck or a cold chill that swept through the room. I knew it was watching me, waiting for the right moment to strike again. One evening, as I sat in my living room, staring blankly at the TV, my phone buzzed on the coffee table. I glanced at the screen. A text message from an unknown number. "Miss me?" My stomach flipped. It had to be a prank, someone messing with me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was connected to the figure, to that thing that had crawled out of the mirror. My hands trembled as I typed a reply. "Who is this?" I waited, heart pounding in my chest. Seconds stretched into minutes. Then, another message appeared. "You know who." I dropped the phone, my pulse racing. It wasn't possible. How could the figure, whatever it was, communicate through my phone? It was nothing but a shadow, an entity tied to reflections. This didn't make sense. Suddenly, the room felt colder, the shadows in the corners deepening. I stood up, the hairs on my arms standing on end. My gaze darted around the room, searching for something, anything, that could explain the sensation of being watched. The TV flickered, the sound cutting in and out. Static filled the screen, and for a moment, I thought I saw a face, a familiar, twisted grin, flash before my eyes. "No," I whispered, backing away from the television. "This isn't happening." The power went out, plunging the apartment into darkness. My heart raced, the silence pressing in from all sides. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight. The beam of light cut through the darkness, but it did little to calm the rising panic in my chest. I couldn't stay here, not with it lurking in the shadows. Grabbing my coat, I hurried to the door, my footsteps echoing in the silence. As I reached for the handle, a voice, soft, chilling, whispered from the darkness, "You can't escape me." I froze. The voice was unmistakable. It was a figure. Turning slowly, I scanned the room with my flashlight. The shadows seemed to move, to pulse with a life of their own. And there, standing in the corner, just beyond the reach of the light, was the figure. It grinned at me, its dark eyes glinting with malice. "You're mine now," it said, its voice low and dangerous. My breath hitched in my throat. I had to get out now. Without looking back, I yanked the door open and fled into the hallway, the sound of the figure's laughter echoing behind me. I didn't stop running until I reached the street, gasping for breath in the cold night air. I looked around, half expecting the figure to be standing there, waiting for me. But the street was empty. I pulled my phone from my pocket, desperate to call someone, anyone. But before I could dial, another message appeared on the screen. "You can run, but you can't hide." A wave of dread washed over me. No matter where I went, no matter what I did, it would follow. I was trapped, and I didn't know how to fight it. For the first time in my life, I felt truly helpless. As I stood on the sidewalk, trembling with fear, I knew one thing for certain. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. After the terrifying encounter, I found myself at a loss. The figure wasn't bound to the mirrors anymore. It could reach me anywhere. It had broken through the boundaries of what I thought was possible, and now I was constantly looking over my shoulder, fearing that it would appear again at any moment. The text messages were relentless, each one more cryptic than the last. "I'm closer than you think. You can't run forever." I tried blocking the number, but new ones always appeared. Eventually, I stopped looking at my phone entirely, terrified of what I might see next. Sleep became impossible. Every creak, every flicker of light, every shifting shadow sent my heart racing. I was a prisoner in my own mind, unable to escape the paranoia that gripped me. But I couldn't just sit and wait for it to get me. I needed answers. I had to know what I was dealing with, what this entity was, and why it had fixated on me. There had to be some kind of explanation, something to help me fight back. And so, I began my search. The first place I turned to was the internet, hoping to find any mention of similar experiences. Late one night, I found myself in the darkest corners of online forums, where people spoke in hushed tones about the supernatural, unexplained phenomena, and hauntings. But none of it quite fit my situation. Then, buried in a thread from years ago, I stumbled upon a post that caught my eye. "Has anyone else encountered something in a mirror that doesn't belong there?" The description was eerily similar to what I had experienced. The poster described seeing a figure in their reflection, one that wasn't them, smiling back at them, just as I had. They had also been followed by it, even outside of their home, through text messages and electronic devices. My hands shook as I continued reading. "It's not just a ghost," the poster wrote. "It's something much darker. These entities latch onto you and feed off your fear. They thrive in darkness, and mirrors are just the doorway they use to get to us." I felt sick. It was as if the poster had been living my exact nightmare. Desperately, I scrolled to the end of the thread, hoping for a solution, a way out. But the last comment left me cold. "If you're reading this, it's probably too late. Once it finds you, it never stops." I slammed my laptop shut, my heart pounding in my chest. Could this really be it? Was there no way to stop this thing? I refused to believe that. There had to be something, some way to break its hold. The next day, I reached out to anyone I thought might be able to help. I called paranormal investigators, spiritual healers, and even psychics. Most of them dismissed me, thinking I was just another person who had watched too many horror movies. But there was one person, a medium named Evelyn, who listened with unsettling calmness. "I've dealt with something like this before," she said in a low, steady voice. "These entities are old, ancient even. They're drawn to mirrors because it's a place between worlds, a thin barrier they can manipulate. But if it's followed you outside the mirror, then you're dealing with something much stronger than a typical spirit." "What do?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. "How do I stop it?" There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Then Evelyn spoke again, her tone grave. "You'll need to confront it. Running won't help. It'll only make you weaker. But be careful. It will try to deceive you, to make you question everything. You must be strong." I was silent for a moment, absorbing her words. Confront it? The thought of facing that thing head-on made my skin crawl. But Evelyn's voice held no doubt, no fear. "There's a ritual," she continued. "It's risky, and I can't promise it will work, but it might be your only chance." She gave me the details: candles, mirrors, symbols I had to draw. It sounded absurd, but at this point, I had no other options. If this was my only shot at getting rid of the figure, then I had to try. That night, I gathered everything I needed. My hands trembled as I drew the symbols on the floor in chalk, careful to follow Evelyn's instructions exactly. I placed the mirror in the center of the circle, the candles flickering around it, casting long shadows on the walls. I sat in front of the mirror, staring into my own reflection, waiting. Minutes passed, then hours. Nothing happened. I began to doubt the ritual, doubt Evelyn's advice. Maybe I had done it wrong. Maybe this thing was beyond help. But just as I was about to stand up, the temperature in the room dropped. My breath misted in the air. The candles flickered wildly, almost snuffing out, and from the depths of the mirror, I saw it. The figure. It emerged from the darkness like a predator stalking its prey. This time, it wasn't smiling. Its expression was one of pure, malevolent rage. "You can't hide from me," it hissed, its voice echoing in my mind. My heart raced, but I couldn't move. I was frozen, trapped by its gaze. This was it, the moment I had been dreading. But then I remembered Evelyn's words. I had to confront it, had to stand my ground. With every ounce of strength I could muster, I forced myself to speak. "I'm not afraid of you," I said, though my voice shook. The figure's grin returned, wider and more grotesque than ever. "We'll see about that." The figure's grin twisted into something sinister as it stepped closer, its form flickering in and out of the mirror like a faulty signal. My heart pounded, but I held my ground. I had to confront it. There was no other option. This was my only chance. The candles around me flickered violently, their flames stretching unnaturally tall as the room's temperature plummeted even further. My breath came in ragged bursts, visible in the cold air. I clenched my fists, my entire body shaking, but I repeated Evelyn's words to myself over and over. "You must be strong." The figure in the mirror was no longer a mere reflection of me. It was a towering shadow, a creature whose presence filled the room with overwhelming dread. Its eyes gleamed with malice as it spoke again, its voice like nails scraping against glass. "You think you can resist me?" it snarled. "You're weak. You always have been. That's why I chose you." Its words sliced through me like a blade, tapping into every insecurity, every fear I had ever buried. For a moment, I faltered, doubt creeping into my mind. What if it was right? What if I wasn't strong enough to fight this thing? But I couldn't afford to give in. This was exactly what it wanted. My fear, my surrender. It thrived on it, and if I let it take control, I would be lost forever. "I won't let you control me," I said, my voice wavering but resolute. "You don't belong here." The figure's grin faded, replaced by a look of contempt. It lunged forward, its dark shape pressing against the surface of the mirror, as though it was trying to break through. Instinctively, I reached for the symbols Evelyn had told me to draw, tracing them with my fingers as I whispered the words she had given me. The symbols began to glow faintly, pulsing with a soft, eerie light. The figure recoiled, its expression twisting into one of rage and pain. "You can't send me back," it roared, its voice echoing around the room. The mirror rattled violently as the figure struggled to break free, its form distorting and writhing as though it was being pulled in two directions at once. I could feel the energy in the room shifting, the air becoming thick with tension. The figure was weakening, but so was I. The candles flickered wildly, some of them going out entirely. Darkness crept closer, but I couldn't stop now. With every ounce of strength I had left, I pressed my hand to the mirror, staring into the creature's eyes. "You're not real," I whispered. "You're nothing." The figure let out an inhuman scream, its body convulsing as it was pulled back into the depths of the mirror. The glass cracked under my hand, spiderwebbing out in all directions, and with one final, blood-curdling shriek, the figure vanished. The mirror shattered, pieces falling to the floor with a deafening crash. I collapsed to the ground, my body trembling uncontrollably as the weight of what had just happened hit me. The room was silent, eerily so. The candles were extinguished, leaving only the faint glow of the moon outside. It was over, or so I thought. As I sat there, catching my breath, I noticed something, a faint, almost imperceptible movement out of the corner of my eye. Slowly, I turned my head, my heart pounding in my chest. There, in the shards of the broken mirror, I saw it. A shadow, slithering between the pieces, waiting. The figure was gone, but it wasn't gone for good. It was still there, lingering just beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when my fear would return. I had won this battle, but the war was far from over. The shattered mirror lay scattered across the floor, reflecting fragmented bits of my exhausted face. My heart pounded in my chest, and every breath felt heavy, weighted down by the residual energy in the room. It was quiet now, too quiet. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching, lurking in the shadows. I knelt on the floor, gingerly picking up a shard of the mirror. The surface was cold to the touch, and as I tilted it in the light, I saw my reflection staring back at me. Just my reflection, no shadowy figure. But my hands trembled, and my mind raced. Even though the figure had been banished, its presence clung to the air like an unwanted guest who refused to leave. I had won, but I couldn't help wondering, for how long? I swept the remaining pieces of glass into a pile, careful not to look too closely into them. The last thing I needed was to see any hint of that thing still lingering. With the floor cleared, I collapsed onto the couch, my body heavy with exhaustion. For the first time since this nightmare began, I allowed myself a moment to breathe. I had fought back and survived. I had done what I thought was impossible. But as the silence settled in, I realized that I wasn't entirely relieved. The figure had retreated, yes, but I felt no sense of finality, only a deep unease. The battle might have been over, but something told me it wasn't the last time I'd faced that darkness. The sound of my phone buzzing broke the stillness, startling me. I reached for it, my hand still shaking, and saw a message from Evelyn. "How are you feeling? Did it work?" I stared at the screen for a moment before typing back. "I think so, but I'm not sure it's really gone." Her reply came almost instantly. "It's weakened, but these things don't vanish easily. You've pushed it back into the shadows, but you have to be careful. Fear is its way in. Don't let it come back." Fear. That was the key. It had thrived on my doubts and insecurities, twisting them into something it could manipulate. I couldn't let it feed on that again. But how could I stop myself from being afraid when every fiber of my being was still on edge? Evelyn's next message was simple, but it gave me some comfort. "You're stronger than you think. If it tries to return, you'll be ready." I clung to those words like a lifeline. I had to believe in them because, at this point, they were all I had. The hours dragged on, and I tried to distract myself with mundane tasks, making tea, flipping through channels on the TV, anything to fill the silence. But every shadow that moved, every creak in the house, sent a shiver down my spine. I couldn't shake the paranoia, the constant sense that something was watching, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. That night, I left the lights on. The darkness had become an enemy, a space where the unknown could thrive. As I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, I replayed the events over and over in my head. The encounter with the figure, the shattered mirror, the way it had spoken to me, as if it knew my deepest fears. I hadn't told Evelyn everything. I hadn't mentioned the way the figure's voice had felt so familiar, like a twisted version of my own thoughts. It knew things about me that no one else did. Was it really just feeding off my fear? Or was it something deeper, something more personal? Sleep came in short, restless bursts, each dream tainted with images of dark reflections and twisted figures. I woke several times, drenched in sweat, my heart racing as though I had been running for miles. Each time I woke, I checked the mirror, or what was left of it, just to make sure. Nothing. Morning arrived slowly, the pale light filtering through the curtains, offering little comfort. The house was quiet, too quiet for my liking. I made my way to the kitchen, determined to shake off the unease that clung to me like a second skin. But as I poured my coffee, something caught my eye. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but there, in the corner of my vision, I saw it, a shadow moving along the edge of the room. I froze, my blood turning to ice. Slowly, I turned to face it, my heart pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. The shadow was gone, just as quickly as it had appeared, leaving nothing but the faintest trace of unease in its wake. It wasn't over. Not yet. I had won a battle, but the war was far from finished. The figure might have retreated into the shadows, but it was still there, watching, waiting for its moment to return. And I had to be ready. Days passed, and though life tried to return to normal, the experience with the shadowy figure never left me. It lingered in my thoughts, coloring everything with a subtle unease. I was more aware of the spaces around me, the edges of rooms, the corners where light failed to reach. It was as if my eyes had been trained to search for something that wasn't there, yet always felt close. Evelyn checked in on me regularly, her messages offering support and guidance. She insisted that I maintain my mental strength, to not allow fear to settle back in. I did my best to follow her advice, but there were nights when I'd catch glimpses of movement in the darkness, flashes of shadows darting by the mirror fragments I hadn't dared to fully clean up. One evening, as I sat in the living room with only the faint hum of the television for company, my phone buzzed. I assumed it was another message from Evelyn, but when I looked at the screen, my heart skipped a beat. "Do you miss me?" The text was from an unknown number. I stared at it, frozen. The question felt too personal, too familiar, like something only someone close to me could ask. But I knew it wasn't from anyone I knew. The shadow. It had to be. "I'm still here." Another message. My blood ran cold, my fingers trembling as I hovered over the reply button. I didn't know what to say. Should I ignore it? Confront it? My mind raced with the possibilities. Maybe it was just a prank. But deep down I knew better. This wasn't over. Not yet. I typed a response, my hands shaky. "What do you want?" The reply came almost instantly, as if it had been waiting. "I'll always be with you." I threw the phone down, my heart pounding in my chest. No, I couldn't let this happen again. I had pushed it back once. I had survived. But now, the darkness seemed more personal, more connected to me than ever before. This wasn't just some haunting. It was something else, something far more insidious. I needed to do something, anything to stop it before it completely consumed me. Determined not to be a passive victim, I grabbed my phone and called Evelyn. The ringing felt like it took forever, but finally she answered. "Evelyn, it's back. It's not over." Her voice, calm but serious, came through the line. I was afraid of this. These things, they latch onto the strongest emotions: fear, doubt, regret. You've got to sever the connection once and for all. I thought I did. I replied, my voice shaky. I thought I pushed it away. "You weakened it," she corrected. "But unless you confront whatever it is that made you vulnerable to it in the first place, it'll keep finding a way back in." "What do I have to do?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. Evelyn paused for a moment, considering her words carefully. "There's something in your past that this thing is feeding on. It's using your memories, your emotions. You need to face it, whatever unresolved pain or guilt it's pulling from. Only then will it lose its hold on you." I sat down, trying to make sense of it all. Memories flashed in my mind. Times I had avoided thinking about, old regrets, fears I had buried long ago. Was this what it had been after all along? Feeding off my unresolved feelings? As I hung up the phone, I knew what I had to do. I couldn't run from my past anymore. That night, I sat down with an old journal, flipping through pages I hadn't looked at in years. The entries were filled with forgotten moments, some good, others painful. The more I read, the more I understood where my vulnerability lay. There was one entry, written years ago, that stood out among the rest. It was about someone I had lost, someone whose absence had haunted me for a long time. I hadn't fully processed it, had never allowed myself to grieve properly. And in that unresolved pain, the darkness had found its way in. As I sat there, the house around me felt unnervingly quiet. I could almost feel the presence lurking, waiting for me to break. But this time, I was ready. I read the journal aloud, forcing myself to confront every emotion I had locked away. Tears streamed down my face as I spoke of loss, fear, and regret. And with each word, the weight in the room seemed to lift, little by little. Then, for the first time in what felt like weeks, the air around me lightened. The oppressive presence faded, leaving behind a sense of stillness. The shadows in the corners of the room no longer seemed threatening. The mirror fragments didn't reflect anything more than my own image, tired but stronger. It was over. I didn't need Evelyn's confirmation to know that this time, the darkness was truly gone. I had faced my fear, my regret, and in doing so, I had severed the shadow's grip on me. As I closed the journal and placed it aside, I allowed myself a deep breath, a breath that felt free, untethered by the past. The shadows had retreated. I was no longer afraid of them. But even so, I left the lights on that night. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The wind howled outside, causing the windows of Oliver's old house to rattle. He had always thought there was something special about this place, but tonight, the heavy, oppressive air made him uneasy. Sitting at his cluttered desk, surrounded by stacks of books and papers, he glanced at the clock. It was too late to go out, yet an inexplicable urge compelled him to keep working. It was one of those nights when darkness seemed to creep in, like a predator lying in wait. As he sorted through his belongings, a yellowed envelope slipped from a pile of documents. Oliver's heart raced as he recognized the handwriting. It was from Ethan, his best friend who had died in a tragic accident 2 years ago. Confused and intrigued, he picked up the letter, brushing off the dust that had accumulated on its surface. With trembling hands, Oliver opened the envelope, a chill running down his spine. Inside was a single sheet of paper, the ink slightly faded but still legible. The letter began with a heartfelt message that made his chest tighten. A message filled with nostalgia and warmth that instantly transported him back to the days when they would spend hours discussing their dreams and fears. But as he read further, the tone shifted. Ethan wrote about something he had discovered shortly before his death. A dark secret, something Oliver needed to know. A sense of urgency permeated the words, as if Ethan's spirit was reaching out from beyond the grave. The letter spoke of hidden truths and warned Oliver to be cautious, for there were forces at play that he could not comprehend. The room felt colder as Oliver read on, each sentence unveiling layers of mystery and dread. Ethan urged him to investigate, to seek out the truth that had eluded him. But what truth? And why had Ethan felt the need to warn him from beyond the grave? As the weight of the letter sank in, Oliver's mind raced with questions. He glanced around his dimly lit study, the shadows dancing along the walls as if they were alive. The thrill of discovery mingled with a chilling fear. He realized he had just stepped into a world where the line between the living and the dead began to blur. With a newfound determination, Oliver made a silent promise to uncover whatever secret Ethan had left behind. Little did he know that this journey would lead him into the depths of darkness, forcing him to confront not only the truth of his friend's death, but also the demons that lurked in the shadows of his own past. As he tucked the letter safely into his pocket, a loud crash echoed from the other room, snapping him out of his reverie. Heart racing, he stood up, the adrenaline coursing through his veins. What was that noise? And what awaited him in the depths of the night? The adventure had just begun, and with it, a chilling sense of foreboding. Oliver's heart thudded in his chest as he stepped cautiously toward the source of the noise. The hallway, dimly lit by a flickering bulb, seemed to stretch out infinitely before him. Shadows clung to the walls, their shapes twisting into menacing figures that only heightened his anxiety. Every creak of the floorboards echoed ominously, amplifying his sense of dread. As he approached the living room, the initial shock of the crash faded, replaced by a prickling awareness that something was off. The room was in disarray. Furniture was displaced, and a lamp lay shattered on the floor. But what caught his attention was the heavy, damp scent that lingered in the air, a smell he couldn't quite place, yet it felt unsettlingly familiar. Oliver's gaze swept across the room, settling on the large bookshelf that had been the centerpiece of many conversations with Ethan. It was now slightly ajar, revealing a narrow gap behind it. Curiosity piqued, he moved closer, his instincts urging him to investigate. As he pulled the bookshelf away from the wall, a faint whisper echoed in his mind, reminding him of Ethan's warning about the secrets waiting to be uncovered. Pushing the shelf aside, he peered into the darkness behind it. To his surprise, he found a small, wooden box nestled in the dust. The box was intricately carved, adorned with symbols he didn't recognize, but something about it felt significant. It was as if it had been placed there intentionally, hidden away for a reason. With a surge of excitement, he carefully lifted the box out, brushing off the layers of dust. His fingers traced over the symbols, each one sending a shiver down his spine. He set the box down on the coffee table, feeling a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Should he open it? What could it contain? As he pondered his next move, the room fell into an unsettling silence. He could feel the weight of the air pressing against him, as if the very walls were holding their breath. Suddenly, the sound of shuffling footsteps reached his ears, pulling him back to the present. Were there others in the house? The thought sent a chill through him, but he quickly dismissed it. He was alone, wasn't he? Determined to press on, Oliver opened the box, revealing a collection of old photographs, yellowed and faded with age. Each image depicted moments from his and Ethan's childhood, memories they had shared, laughter echoing in the background. But nestled among the photographs was something else, a small, intricately folded piece of paper. His heart raced as he unfolded it, revealing a hastily written note. The scrawled handwriting was unmistakably Ethan's, though it seemed hurried and frantic. "Find the key," it read. "Trust no one." The cryptic message sent a surge of adrenaline through Oliver's veins. What key? What was he supposed to trust or not trust? The unease began to settle in again, heavy and oppressive. He glanced around the room, feeling as if unseen eyes were watching him. Each shadow seemed to shift, every creak of the house amplifying his anxiety. As he collected the photographs and the note, a sense of urgency gripped him. He needed to find out what Ethan had meant, to uncover the mystery behind the letter and the strange occurrences surrounding it. Suddenly, a flash of movement caught his eye from the corner of the room. He spun around, heart racing, but there was nothing there, only the quiet, eerie stillness that enveloped the house. Had he imagined it? Taking a deep breath, Oliver steeled himself. He had to dig deeper, to piece together the clues Ethan had left behind. The thought of confronting whatever lay ahead filled him with both fear and determination. With the box and its contents in hand, Oliver made his way back to his desk. The photographs, the note, and the memory of Ethan's warning echoed in his mind. He could feel the threads of mystery weaving together, drawing him into a web of secrets that begged to be unraveled. As he began to examine the photographs more closely, a nagging thought lingered in his mind. What if he wasn't alone after all? What if Ethan's message was about more than just the mystery of the box? The unease deepened, but he pushed it aside, focusing on the task at hand. The hunt for the truth had only just begun, and Oliver was determined to find answers. The photographs scattered across Oliver's desk began to reveal a narrative he hadn't anticipated. Each image triggered a flood of memories: Ethan's laughter, their carefree days spent in the woods, and the secrets they had shared beneath the sprawling oak tree in Oliver's backyard. Yet, among the familiar smiles and playful poses, a sense of foreboding lingered. One photograph, in particular, caught his eye. It depicted the two of them standing in front of an old, decrepit house, a place they had often dared each other to explore, but never did. Ethan had scribbled something on the back of the photo: "The past is never truly buried." The words sent a shiver down Oliver's spine, a stark reminder of their childhood promise to never delve too deep into the dark corners of their town's history. But now, faced with the remnants of his friend's cryptic message, he felt compelled to confront that very darkness. Determined, Oliver grabbed his jacket and set off towards the door, the box clutched tightly in his hands. As he stepped outside, the cool night air brushed against his skin, invigorating him with a mix of fear and excitement. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the street, illuminating the path that led to the old house. With every step he took, the memories of his childhood flooded back. The whispered legends about the house haunted his thoughts, stories of a family that had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only echoes of their lives. As he approached the dilapidated structure, a chill ran through him, both from the night air and the weight of what he was about to uncover. The house loomed before him, its windows dark and empty, like hollow eyes watching him from the shadows. He hesitated for a moment, the dread settling in the pit of his stomach. But remembering Ethan's urgency, he pushed through the door, which creaked ominously as it swung open. Inside, the air was thick with dust and decay, the floorboards groaning underfoot. Oliver's flashlight beam danced along the walls, revealing remnants of a life long forgotten. Faded wallpaper peeling at the edges, furniture draped in ghostly sheets, and cobwebs hanging like curtains in the corners. As he ventured further inside, he felt as if he had stepped into a time capsule, each room whispering stories of the past. In the corner of the living room, a large trunk caught his attention. Its surface was scratched and worn, but it seemed strangely untouched by time compared to its surroundings. Heart racing, he approached it, the box still clutched in his hands. With trembling fingers, he lifted the heavy lid, revealing a trove of items. Old clothes, letters, and photographs, some of which looked eerily similar to the ones he had found at home. Among the contents, a small, weathered journal lay at the bottom of the trunk. The leather cover was cracked, but the pages inside were filled with elegant handwriting. Oliver opened it, his heart racing as he scanned the lines. It was a diary belonging to the last resident of the house, detailing the family's life and their eventual descent into madness. As he read, a sense of dread washed over him. The entries grew increasingly frantic, detailing strange occurrences in the house, whispers in the night, shadows lurking just beyond sight, and the feeling of being watched. The final entries were a jumbled mess, speaking of a hidden treasure and a curse that bound the family to the house. Find the key. One entry read, "It holds the power to release us from this nightmare." A flicker of realization struck Oliver. Ethan's letter and the diary shared a connection. Both spoke of a key, a hidden truth waiting to be uncovered. But what exactly was the treasure, and what curse had befallen this family? Just then, a sudden noise interrupted his thoughts. A loud thump echoed from somewhere deep within the house, sending a jolt of fear through him. He glanced around, the shadows now feeling more menacing than before. The diary slipped from his hands, and he quickly crouched down to pick it up, heart pounding as the sound reverberated again, closer this time. With his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, he ventured further into the house, each step echoing ominously. The thumping continued, leading him toward a narrow staircase that spiraled downward into darkness. It was an area he had never explored as a child, but something about it drew him in. Swallowing hard, Oliver took a deep breath and began his descent. The air grew colder with each step, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. At the bottom, he found a door, slightly ajar, revealing a sliver of dim light. The thumping noise had ceased, replaced by an unsettling silence that wrapped around him like a shroud. Pushing the door open, he stepped into a small, candlelit room. The flickering light illuminated an array of strange symbols etched into the stone walls, symbols that mirrored those on the wooden box. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, and atop it lay an ornate key, glinting in the candlelight. Oliver's breath hitched in his throat. This had to be the key Ethan wrote about. As he reached for it, a sudden chill swept through the room, extinguishing the candles and plunging him into darkness. Panic surged through him as he fumbled for his flashlight, casting its beam into the void. And then, From the shadows, a voice whispered, low and chilling, "You shouldn't have come here, Oliver." The voice sent a wave of fear crashing over him. It was familiar yet distorted, echoing with an otherworldly resonance. In that moment, he realized he was not alone. Something dark and ominous was watching him, waiting for him to uncover the secrets that lay buried within the walls of the old house. Oliver's heart raced as he turned, flashlight trembling in his grip. The voice echoed again, more clearly this time, reverberating through the darkness. "You shouldn't have come here, Oliver." It was a chilling reminder of the dangers that lurked within these walls, dangers that his friend Ethan had tried to warn him about. The beam of light from his flashlight cut through the thick shadows, revealing an empty room, but the sense of presence was undeniable. He could feel it, an oppressive weight pressing down on him, like the atmosphere itself was alive, breathing heavily around him. Panic surged, and instinct kicked in. He had to leave, to escape whatever malevolence had taken root in this forsaken place. But as he turned to flee, a sudden force slammed against the door, trapping him inside. The wooden frame creaked ominously, and the air grew colder still. He pressed against the door, but it wouldn't budge. "No, let me out," he shouted, desperation flooding his voice. But the silence that followed was deafening, swallowing his cries. His mind raced, thoughts spiraling out of control. He was trapped in a room with an unseen entity, a dark force that seemed intent on keeping him there. Frantically, he scanned the room, searching for another way out. The only other exit was a narrow passageway behind the pedestal, obscured in shadow. Taking a deep breath, Oliver steeled himself. If he was going to escape, he had to face whatever lay ahead. Clutching the flashlight tightly, he dashed towards the passageway, squeezing through the tight space just as the door rattled violently behind him. The tunnel was narrow and dark, the air thick with dust, and an unsettling silence that felt almost palpable. Oliver pressed forward, heart pounding, the flashlight beam flickering against the stone walls. As he moved deeper, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The very shadows seemed to flicker and dance, almost alive in their movement. Suddenly, the passage opened into a larger chamber, dimly illuminated by an eerie, greenish glow emanating from strange crystals embedded in the walls. The sight was both beautiful and unsettling, casting an otherworldly light that warped the surroundings. In the center of the room stood a large, intricately carved altar, surrounded by ancient relics and artifacts that looked as if they had been untouched for centuries. Oliver approached cautiously, the glow drawing him in. As he examined the altar, he noticed more symbols, similar to those on the wooden box and in the diary, etched into its surface. They seemed to pulse with energy, resonating with something deep within him. It was a bizarre sensation, as if the room itself was alive and responding to his presence. Among the relics, Oliver spotted something that caught his attention, a small, ornate box, similar to the one he had found at home. His heart raced as he reached for it, feeling a strange pull, as if the box had been waiting for him. As he opened it, the air around him shifted, a sudden gust of wind sweeping through the chamber, extinguishing the crystal's glow and plunging him back into darkness. "Oliver," the voice called again, clearer now, echoing off the walls. It was a blend of familiarity and menace, and he instinctively knew it was not a voice meant for comfort. Fear clawed at him, yet a strange compulsion pushed him forward. Inside the box lay an ancient key, ornate and shimmering, adorned with the same symbols he had seen throughout the house. He lifted it, feeling a rush of energy surge through him. But before he could examine it further, a loud crash echoed behind him, followed by the sound of rushing footsteps. The passageway was blocked. Something, or someone was coming for him. Panic surged anew, and he quickly tucked the key into his pocket. He turned to look for an escape route, but the chamber was filled with debris and artifacts, making it difficult to navigate. The footsteps grew louder, echoing in the confined space. Oliver's heart raced as he realized he had to move, and fast. He rushed to the far side of the chamber, hoping to find another way out. His mind raced, piecing together the fragments of Ethan's warnings and the diary entries he had read. The key was meant to unlock something, but what? He couldn't shake the feeling that whatever lay ahead was crucial to solving the mystery. But first, he needed to escape. Just then, the wall to his right began to tremble, and he watched in horror as a section of it shifted, revealing a dark corridor. Without a second thought, he sprinted towards it, the adrenaline coursing through his veins, propelling him forward. As he dashed down the corridor, he could hear the footsteps behind him growing fainter, but the sense of urgency remained. He had to keep moving. The key in his pocket felt warm against his side, almost pulsating with energy, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it held the answers he was seeking. The corridor led him to a narrow staircase, spiraling upward. He climbed quickly, each step echoing ominously in the silence. At the top, he found himself in a small room filled with dusty furniture covered in white sheets. The sight was eerily familiar, and for a moment, he thought he was back in the living room of the old house. But this was different. The room felt charged with energy, as if the very air was alive with the whispers of the past. He stepped forward, the weight of the key in his pocket a constant reminder of the mysteries he had yet to uncover. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from below, shaking the floor beneath him. The presence from before seemed to close in, and Oliver realized he had to make a choice: confront whatever was chasing him, or find a way to use the key and uncover the truth. Determined to face his fears, he approached the window, peering outside into the moonlit night. He could see the sprawling yard, the shadows shifting under the trees, and he knew he had to escape the house and find the answers that awaited him. Gathering his courage, Oliver turned back to the door, ready to face whatever lay beyond. The confrontation was inevitable, but with the key in his possession, he felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. Perhaps this key was not just a means of escape, but a tool to unlock the truth behind Ethan's warning and the dark secrets that had been buried for so long. With a firm grip on the doorknob, Oliver steeled himself. The noise from below had intensified, almost like a heartbeat, pulsing with urgency and danger. He swung the door open and stepped out into the narrow hallway, the echoes of his footsteps mingling with the ominous creaks of the old house. The air was thick with tension, every fiber of his being urging him to run. But he couldn't leave yet, not without understanding the truth behind Ethan's cryptic message. The weight of the ornate key in his pocket felt heavier than ever, as if it were urging him to take action. He had come this far, and turning back now was not an option. He needed to piece together the clues, to unearth the secrets that lay buried in this house. As he made his way down the corridor, Oliver recalled the symbols he had seen both on the box and in the diary. They seemed to weave a tapestry of history, connecting the events of the past with his present. His mind raced, and he began to mentally catalog everything he had discovered so far. The diary, the key, the mysterious voice. Everything was linked, but he just needed to figure out how. He reached the living room, where the chaos of the previous evening still lingered. The bookshelf stood askew, and the box lay open on the coffee table. As he rummaged through its contents, the photographs caught his eye once again. In one photo, he noticed something peculiar. A dark shadow loomed behind him and Ethan, its shape indistinct yet palpable. Oliver felt a chill crawl up his spine. Had there been a presence with them all along? He shook off the unsettling thought, forcing himself to focus. He spread out the photographs, scrutinizing each one for details he might have overlooked. As he examined the last photo, he noticed something glinting in the corner of the frame, a keyhole. His heart raced as he grabbed the flashlight and directed its beam toward the bookshelf, searching for any signs of a hidden compartment. He moved aside a few books, and there it was, a small, ornate keyhole nestled among the dusty tomes. His pulse quickened. This had to be it. The key from the altar, combined with Ethan's earlier clues, was meant to unlock something significant. With trembling hands, he retrieved the key from his pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. It clicked into place with a satisfying sound, sending a wave of anticipation through him. As he turned the key, the bookshelf creaked open, revealing a narrow alcove. Inside was a hidden compartment, housing a collection of artifacts and journals that seemed to span decades. Dust motes floated in the dim light as Oliver peered inside. Curiosity piqued. He carefully pulled out a journal, its leather cover aged and cracked. As he flipped through the pages, he realized it belonged to one of the house's former residents, detailing their life and experiences. The entries were mundane at first, recounting daily chores and family gatherings, but as he progressed, the tone shifted dramatically. The journal became increasingly frantic, describing strange happenings and a growing sense of paranoia. The shadows watch. One entry read, "They whisper secrets I cannot understand." The fear resonated with Oliver, as he recalled the voice he had heard in the darkness, and he wondered if this was the same presence that had haunted the family. One entry stood out, detailing a ritual that the family had performed in an attempt to rid themselves of the malevolent force that had taken root in their home. The description of the ritual was cryptic, but it mentioned a sacred stone that needed to be placed at the center of the altar, where he had found the key. "This stone will unlock the truth," it warned, "but beware the shadows that guard it." With every line he read, Oliver felt the weight of his discoveries bearing down on him. The urgency of Ethan's message became clearer. He had to complete the ritual to uncover the truth and protect himself from the dark force that had ensnared them both. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the other side of the house, and the walls trembled. Panic surged through him again as the reality of his situation settled in. He was racing against time, and whatever haunted these halls was growing restless. His thoughts turned to the passageway he had discovered earlier, the dark corridor leading to the chamber with the altar. If the journal was correct, he needed to find the sacred stone to complete the ritual. But where could it be? Oliver's gaze shifted back to the alcove, scanning for any clues. Just then, a glimmer caught his eye from the corner of the compartment. He reached in and pulled out a small, smooth stone, its surface glistening in the light. It was beautifully crafted, with intricate patterns carved into its surface, patterns that mirrored the symbols he had seen throughout the house. A surge of excitement coursed through him. This had to be the stone mentioned in the journal. Clutching it tightly, he hurried back towards the altar, the urgency of the moment propelling him forward. As he entered the dimly lit chamber once more, the energy in the air felt charged, crackling with anticipation. The shadows seemed to pulse, moving closer as he approached the altar. He set the stone in the center, the moment feeling monumental, as if the very fabric of reality shifted around him. But just as he placed it down, a deafening roar echoed through the chamber, shaking the walls. The room plunged into darkness once again, and Oliver's heart raced. The shadows twisted and coiled around him, and he could hear whispers growing louder, their words indistinct yet haunting. "Release us, finish what was begun." Fear clawed at Oliver's chest, and he fought to keep his resolve. He had come too far to turn back now. With the key and the stone in place, he felt a surge of courage. He focused on the altar, repeating the words from the journal, invoking the spirits trapped within the walls of the house. "By the light of truth, I command you to reveal your secrets." As he spoke, the shadows flickered, swirling around him like a tempest. The energy in the room surged, and the air crackled with power. The whispers intensified, and Oliver felt a force pushing against him, testing his resolve. Suddenly, the candles ignited, illuminating the chamber in a brilliant light. The shadows recoiled, and for a brief moment, Oliver glimpsed figures trapped within them, ghostly silhouettes of the family that once lived in the house, their faces twisted in fear and despair. They seemed to reach out to him, their eyes pleading for release. "Finish what was begun," they echoed in unison, their voices intertwining with the whispers. His heart pounded in his chest as he realized the gravity of his task. He had to confront the truth, to free them from their torment. With a surge of determination, Oliver stepped forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The chamber thrummed with energy, the flickering candles casting eerie shadows on the stone walls. Oliver felt the weight of the ghost's collective gaze upon him, a mixture of hope and desperation mingling in the air. The room vibrated with the echoes of their plea, "Finish what was begun." He had to do this, not just for himself, but for them. As the luminous glow of the candles intensified, the shadows flickered ominously, coiling around him like smoke. Oliver's heart raced. The whispers grew louder, morphing into a cacophony of voices, each laced with fear and longing. "Help us find the truth. they pleaded, their spectral forms shifting in the light. He took a deep breath, grounding himself in the moment. He had to keep his wits about him. The journal had detailed a ritual, but the specifics remained elusive. With the sacred stone in place, he was at the heart of the mystery, teetering on the brink of revelation. "Why are you trapped?" he shouted, the urgency of his voice mingling with the ethereal sounds. "What happened here?" The shadows pulsed in response, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Oliver shivered as a cold gust of wind rushed through the chamber, extinguishing half of the candles and plunging him into near darkness. Panic surged, but he fought to remain calm, focusing on the task at hand. The voice of one figure rose above the rest, resonating with a chilling clarity. "We were betrayed," it whispered, and the shadows rippled violently in reaction. "The one we trusted, he turned against us." Oliver's pulse quickened as he realized the implications. There was a betrayal at the heart of this tragedy, a malevolence that had ensnared not just Ethan, but the entire family. Who betrayed you?" he pressed, desperate for clarity. The shadows writhed as if recoiling from the question, and the whispers became frantic, a tumult of fear and anger. "He must be stopped," they cried out, their voices overlapping. "The darkness feeds on betrayal." A figure began to materialize before him, a young woman, her face twisted in anguish. "You must uncover the truth," she implored, her voice barely above a whisper. "Find the diary. Find the last entry." The words resonated in Oliver's mind, and he recalled the many volumes he had seen in the hidden alcove. "The last entry," he echoed, grasping at the threads of their revelation. "Where is it?" The woman's form flickered, her image growing fainter. "In the attic," she murmured, "where it all began. Beware the shadows, they guard the truth." Before Oliver could respond, the shadows coalesced, and the room shuddered violently. The oppressive energy pressed in on him, a tangible force of anger and desperation. The air crackled with electricity, and he staggered back, heart pounding in his chest. "Leave this place," a deep, resonant voice boomed from the darkness, a sound so powerful it sent chills down Oliver's spine. He could feel the presence of something ancient and malevolent, pushing against him, attempting to drive him away from the truth. "No!" Oliver shouted, defiance surging through him. "I will not be afraid. I have to find the truth." With that declaration, he felt a flicker of power igniting within him. The shadows reacted violently, swirling around him with a fury that threatened to swallow him whole. Yet, he stood his ground, determined to confront whatever lay ahead. "Tell me what I must do," he yelled, desperation fueling his words. The energy in the room surged, and the shadows seemed to hesitate, wavering as if caught between worlds. Then, in a burst of clarity, Oliver's mind flooded with images. A dusty attic filled with relics of the past, the echoes of laughter that once filled the house, and then betrayal. He needed to go to the attic to find that last entry. It was the key to unlocking the full story, the final piece of the puzzle that would reveal the truth of Ethan's warning and the dark history of this house. As the shadows began to recede, the whispers faded into a haunting silence. Oliver turned toward the staircase that led to the attic, his resolve solidifying with every step. He had to know what had happened to Ethan, to the family, and to the darkness that seemed to envelop this place. Ascending the staircase, the air grew heavier, thick with dust and memories. Each creak of the floorboards echoed in the stillness, amplifying the tension that clung to him. The shadows danced in the corners of his vision, taunting him, but he pressed on, fueled by determination and an unwavering sense of purpose. When he reached the attic door, he paused, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. The air felt electric, charged with anticipation and fear. He could feel the weight of the ghost's expectations bearing down on him. This was it, the moment that would decide their fate. With a deep breath, he pushed open the door, and the attic revealed itself. A cavernous space filled with cobweb-covered furniture, trunks, and forgotten memories. Dust floated in the beams of moonlight that filtered through a small window, casting a serene glow over the chaos. His eyes were drawn to a large trunk at the far end of the room, its leather exterior cracked and faded with age. Something about it called to him, a sense of urgency tugging at his heart. He rushed over, his hands trembling as he unlatched the trunk. Inside lay an assortment of items: a quilt, a set of photographs, and a stack of journals. His heart raced as he rifled through them, searching for the last entry. The first few journals chronicled mundane family life, but he quickly flipped through them, desperate to find what he sought. Finally, he came across a worn journal, its pages yellowed and frayed at the edges. He opened it carefully, his eyes scanning the entries until he found what he was looking for: a final, hasty entry written in a frantic scrawl. "The darkness is upon us," it read. "The one we trusted has turned against us, feeding the shadows with our fears. I fear for my family. If you find this, know that the truth lies within the walls of our home. The last sacred stone must be returned to the altar before the shadows claim us all." Oliver's heart raced as he absorbed the words. This was it, the truth behind Ethan's warning. The one they had trusted, the source of their pain, had betrayed them all. The urgency of the message hung heavy in the air, and the connection to the voices he had heard crystallized in his mind. He glanced up, a sudden realization hitting him. The shadows were not merely a force of darkness. They were the manifestations of the family's fears and the betrayal that had ensnared them. They had been trapped in this cycle, unable to break free until someone uncovered the truth. As he closed the journal, a chilling breeze swept through the attic, and the shadows began to coalesce once more, swirling around him with renewed vigor. He could hear the echoes of the past, the desperate cries of the family begging for release. Now, with the truth in his hands, he had to return to the altar. The ritual needed to be completed. He gathered the journals, the quilt, and the sacred stone, preparing to confront the shadows once and for all. The power of the truth coursed through him, but he knew the ultimate challenge lay ahead. The shadows would not let him leave easily. The presence of the malevolent force loomed closer, ready to fight back against the revelations that threatened to shatter its hold. Oliver steeled himself, knowing that the confrontation was inevitable. With determination burning in his chest, he turned and raced down the stairs, the whispers growing louder in his ears, urging him forward. He would finish what had been begun, and in doing so, he would uncover the final secrets of this house. The attic door creaked ominously as Oliver descended the staircase, the chilling presence of the shadows clawing at his heels. He felt their fury rising, an unsettling storm brewing around him. With each step he took, he could hear their whispers growing louder, a chaotic blend of despair and anger, echoing off the walls like a warning. Finish what was begun. Reveal the truth. The voices blended into a single, mournful melody, driving him forward, pushing him to confront the darkness that loomed over the house. Reaching the chamber with the altar, Oliver paused, heart pounding fiercely against his ribs. The room felt alive, pulsing with an energy that crackled in the air. Shadows danced across the walls, their forms writhing and contorting, as if they were waiting, hungry for his next move. He set the sacred stone and the journals down on the altar, his pulse racing as he recalled the final entry he had read. The last sacred stone must be returned to the altar before the shadows claim us all. The urgency of the message echoed in his mind, a rallying cry against the encroaching darkness. With trembling hands, he positioned the sacred stone carefully at the center of the altar, where it would command the energy swirling around him. He then opened the journal he had discovered, the words of the last entry blazing in his mind like a beacon of hope. "By the light of truth," he murmured, reciting the words from the journal as he prepared himself for the ritual. "I command you to reveal your secrets." As he spoke, the room vibrated with energy, the shadows swirling more violently, almost as if protesting against his declaration. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with an electric tension that made the hair on his arms stand on end. The very walls of the chamber seemed to pulse with the weight of their dark history. The shadows recoiled, forming a vortex around the altar, the whispers morphing into anguished cries. "No, you cannot know the truth," they shouted in unison, the anger of the trapped souls resonating through the air like a thunderclap. "Why are you trapped?" Oliver shouted back, his voice steady despite the chaos. What must I do to free you? The energy shifted, the shadows momentarily faltering. You must confront him. The voice of the young woman echoed, the one he had seen in the attic, the one who betrayed us. He is the key to our freedom. Oliver's breath caught in his throat. He realized that the betrayal was not just an abstract concept. It had a face, a presence, lurking within the shadows of the house. Where is he? He demanded, eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of the malevolent force. He is among us, feeding on our fears. The whispers wailed, the shadows coiling tighter around him. He will not let you pass without a fight. A sudden gust of wind swept through the chamber, extinguishing the remaining candles, plunging him into darkness. Oliver's heart raced as he felt the shadows close in, the air growing colder, suffocating. He focused on the altar, the sacred stone radiating a faint glow, a reminder of his purpose. "Show yourself," he yelled, defiance coursing through him. "I will not be afraid." In response, the shadows roiled, and from within their depths emerged a figure, shrouded in darkness. It was a man, his face obscured, but Oliver could sense the malice emanating from him, like a physical force. The temperature in the room plummeted further, and Oliver could see his breath forming in front of him, wisps of fog in the frigid air. "I see you've come to play the hero," the figure sneered, his voice a low growl that reverberated through the chamber. "But you know nothing of the power that lies within these walls." Oliver felt a chill run down his spine, but he stood firm, drawing strength from the sacred stone. "I know enough," he replied, his voice steady. "I know that you betrayed your family, and that betrayal has trapped their souls here. It ends now." The figure laughed, a cruel, mocking sound that echoed through the darkness. "You think you can break the bonds of loyalty and fear? I have fed on their despair for far too long." The shadows surged forward, and Oliver felt a wave of cold wash over him, threatening to engulf him. He stumbled back, but then he remembered the words from the journal. The power of the truth could dispel the darkness. "By the light of truth," he shouted once more, forcing his voice to rise above the chaos. "I command you to release them." The sacred stone began to glow brighter, illuminating the room and pushing back the shadows that threatened to consume him. The figure staggered back, the light cutting through the darkness like a knife. "No," he screamed, rage contorting his features. "You cannot undo what has been done." But Oliver pressed on, feeling the energy of the stone surging through him. The glow intensified, and he could see the outlines of the trapped souls forming around him, their faces pleading for release. "The truth will set you free," he cried, pouring every ounce of his conviction into his words. "You will not hold them here any longer." The shadows writhed, a tempest of anger and despair swirling around the altar, but Oliver's resolve held firm. The light grew brighter still, illuminating the chamber and revealing the faces of the family trapped within the darkness. With each pulse of light, he felt their anguish and sorrow, their pain resonating with his own. He could sense their gratitude as the light began to weave through the shadows, unraveling their dark tendrils one by one. "Finish what was begun." The woman's voice echoed once more, stronger now, mingling with the collective cries of the trapped souls. As the shadows shrieked, Oliver focused on the figure before him, the embodiment of betrayal. "You will face the truth of your actions," he shouted, channeling the energy of the stone into a wave of light that surged toward the dark figure. The light collided with the shadows, creating a brilliant explosion that filled the room. Oliver shielded his eyes as the chamber was engulfed in a blinding radiance. The cries of the shadows transformed into wails of anguish, and he felt a powerful force push against him, threatening to knock him down. "No," the figure howled, desperation creeping into his voice as the light enveloped him, dissolving the darkness he had clung to for so long. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the chaos ceased. The light dissipated, and Oliver opened his eyes to find the room bathed in a soft glow. The oppressive energy had lifted, leaving an overwhelming sense of peace in its wake. The shadows had retreated, and in their place stood the family, their faces serene and radiant. The young woman smiled at him, her eyes filled with gratitude. "You have set us free," she whispered, her voice filled with warmth. "Thank you." Oliver felt a swell of emotion rise within him, tears prickling at the corners of his eyes. "But what about you? What happens now?" With a gentle nod, the woman stepped closer, the light surrounding her shimmering like a halo. "We will finally find peace. The truth has been revealed, and the darkness that held us captive is gone." As they began to fade, the room felt lighter, the burden of the past lifting. "Remember, Oliver," the woman's voice echoed softly. "Truth and courage will always triumph over darkness." And with that, they vanished, leaving behind a stillness that settled over the chamber. Oliver stood alone at the altar, the sacred stone glowing faintly in his hand, a symbol of the battle fought and won. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, still absorbing the enormity of what had just transpired. The betrayal had been faced, the family freed, and the darkness dispelled. But there was still one loose end left to tie up: Ethan. With a deep breath, Oliver turned to leave the chamber, determination guiding his steps. He had to find Ethan, to share what he had learned, to help him find his own path to freedom. The silence in the chamber echoed as Oliver stepped back into the corridor, the warmth of the glowing stone still radiating in his palm. He could hardly comprehend the whirlwind of events that had just unfolded. The trapped souls had been freed, their suffering ended. But there was no time to linger. He needed to find Ethan before the darkness returned. He moved through the twisting hallways of the old house, the air still thick with a lingering energy. Shadows flitted at the edges of his vision, remnants of the chaos that had just been dispelled. The house felt different now, lighter, almost breathing a sigh of relief. But Oliver knew that the remnants of betrayal still lingered in the air, a residue of pain that needed addressing. "Ethan," he called out, his voice echoing through the halls. He rushed toward the room where they had first met, praying that his friend would be there. A flicker of doubt crept in. What if Ethan was still trapped in the darkness, lost in the shadows of his mind? As he approached the door, Oliver's heart raced, pounding against his ribs like a caged animal. He reached for the doorknob, hesitating for just a moment. This was it, the moment of truth. He pushed the door open, the hinges creaking in protest. The room was dimly lit, but Oliver could make out Ethan sitting on the edge of the bed, his shoulders hunched, his head in his hands. The sight struck Oliver like a punch to the gut. His friend looked so small, so defeated, lost in his own darkness. "Ethan," Oliver exclaimed, rushing into the room. "I found them. I found the truth." Ethan looked up, confusion washing over his face. "What do you mean?" His voice was hoarse, almost as if he hadn't spoken in days. "What truth?" "Your family," Oliver urged, the urgency spilling from his lips. "They're free. I completed the ritual. The darkness that trapped them is gone. They were betrayed, Ethan. The one you trusted turned against them, feeding on their fears. But it's over now." Tears welled in Ethan's eyes as he processed Oliver's words. "Free? But how can that be?" His voice quivered, caught between disbelief and hope. Oliver rushed to sit beside him, grabbing Ethan's shoulders to emphasize the gravity of what he had uncovered. "I know it's hard to believe, but they're no longer trapped in this house. The shadows have receded. The truth has set them free. But you need to let go of your pain too." Ethan's expression shifted, confusion giving way to anguish. "I've been carrying this burden for so long," he whispered, a tremor in his voice. "The guilt, the shame, it haunts me." "I understand," Oliver replied, his heart aching for his friend. "But holding on to that pain only gives power to the darkness. You need to confront it, to face what happened. Your family wouldn't want you to suffer like this." Ethan stared into Oliver's eyes, searching for something, perhaps hope, perhaps clarity. "But how?" he asked, desperation lacing his voice. "How can I let go when it feels like their voices are still echoing in my mind?" "Their voices are not your burden to carry," Oliver replied gently. "They wanted you to know the truth. They wanted you to find peace. Remember what I said about the shadows? They fed on betrayal and fear. You must confront that fear to break free." As Oliver spoke, he could see a flicker of understanding dawning in Ethan's eyes. The weight of grief began to lift, even if just slightly, as the shadows in the room seemed to retreat. Oliver felt the energy shifting, a palpable change in the air. Ethan's brow furrowed as he took a deep breath. "What if I'm not strong enough?" he asked, the vulnerability in his voice raw and unguarded. "You are stronger than you realize," Oliver replied, a determined smile breaking through the tension. "You faced the darkness when you came here. You've already taken the first step by seeking the truth. You can do this." With a shaky nod, Ethan wiped his tears, his expression shifting from despair to determination. "Okay," he said, his voice steadier now. "Tell me what to do. Together, we can confront it," Oliver said, feeling a surge of hope. "Let's go back to the altar. You need to acknowledge the betrayal and let the darkness fade away." They rose together, moving through the house, a sense of unity building between them. The air felt charged with potential, a promise of resolution and healing. As they stepped into the chamber once more, Oliver could feel the lingering presence of the family, watching over them, guiding them. The altar stood waiting, the sacred stone still glowing softly, a beacon of truth and light. Oliver placed his hand on the stone, feeling its warmth radiate through him. "We're here to confront the darkness," he declared, his voice echoing in the stillness. "Ethan, acknowledge the betrayal that has held you captive." Ethan stepped forward, eyes focused on the altar. "I acknowledge it," he said, his voice trembling. "The betrayal, the lies, the fear that has haunted me. I'm ready to let it go." As he spoke, Oliver felt the air shift, a wave of energy pulsing around them. The shadows that lingered in the corners of the chamber began to writhe, as if agitated by Ethan's words. "Let the truth release you," Oliver urged, placing a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder. "I forgive you," Ethan murmured, his voice cracking. "I forgive myself for not being there, for not seeing the darkness. I want to be free of this pain." In that moment, the energy around them surged, the light from the stone illuminating the room with a brilliant glow. The shadows screamed in anguish, their forms twisting as if trying to hold onto the remnants of fear and betrayal. "Release the darkness," Oliver shouted, pouring his own strength into the moment. "You have the power to break free." Ethan closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as he focused on the altar. "I choose light over darkness," he cried out, his voice rising with conviction. "I choose truth over fear." As he spoke, the sacred stone erupted with blinding light, filling the room with a warmth that banished the shadows. The darkness writhed and twisted, shrieking as it began to dissolve, the air vibrating with the energy of their combined strength. Oliver could feel the weight of the past lifting, the shadows losing their grip. The presence of Ethan's family surrounded them, their forms shimmering like specters of hope. "You are free," they called, their voices harmonizing in a beautiful melody. With a final surge of energy, the last remnants of darkness dissipated, the room flooded with light. Ethan fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as the burden he had carried for so long finally lifted. "Thank you," he breathed, looking up at Oliver, on gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you for helping me face the truth." Oliver knelt beside him, a profound sense of relief washing over him. "You did this, Ethan. You found the strength within yourself to confront your fears. You're free now, and so is your family." As they sat together, the chamber filled with an overwhelming sense of peace. The echoes of the past faded away, replaced by the warmth of hope and healing. Oliver could feel the presence of the family, their love surrounding them like a gentle embrace. In that moment, he knew they had not just freed Ethan's family, but had also forged an unbreakable bond between them. They had faced the darkness together, and in doing so, they had reclaimed their lives. The warmth in the chamber enveloped Oliver and Ethan like a comforting blanket, a stark contrast to the turmoil that had once dominated the house. The remnants of darkness had been expelled, but the journey was far from over. They had fought valiantly, but they still needed to process what had happened and what it meant for their futures. Ethan wiped the tears from his eyes, a bittersweet smile breaking through the remnants of despair. "I can hardly believe it. I thought I'd be trapped in that pain forever." His voice was thick with emotion as he glanced at the now illuminated altar. "I didn't know how to let go. Oliver felt a surge of pride for his friend. You showed incredible strength today. It takes a lot to face those demons, especially when they've haunted you for so long. He paused, looking around the chamber. The shadows completely vanished. But the real work begins now. We need to honor your family and ensure that their story is not forgotten. Ethan nodded, determination washing over him. I need to tell everyone what happened, to ensure that they're remembered for who they truly were, not for the tragedy that befell them. With that thought in mind, they both stood, the sacred stone glowing faintly between them. Let's take this back with us, Oliver suggested. It's a symbol of your family's freedom, and it could help others who might be lost in their own darkness. As they made their way out of the chamber, the atmosphere felt lighter, almost celebratory. The memories of the family, their laughter, their struggles, their pain, flooded Ethan's mind like a river breaking free of its dam. Each step felt like a reclamation of his past, an acknowledgement of the life he had almost lost to grief. Do you think they're really gone? Ethan asked as they walked down the hallway, the warmth of hope mingling with the memories of sorrow. I think they're finally at peace, Oliver replied, glancing back at the now quiet chamber. The love they had for you and the bond you shared is eternal. They will always be a part of you. With renewed purpose, they reached the living room, where the remnants of their former lives lay scattered. Old photographs, letters, and keepsakes cluttered the space, reminders of the family that once filled the house with joy and laughter. Let's gather everything that represents them, Oliver suggested. We can create a memorial, a way to keep their memory alive and honor their legacy. Ethan nodded, a sense of calm washing over him as he began to sift through the memories. He picked up a photograph of his parents on their wedding day, their faces radiant with joy. This was before everything changed, he said softly, holding it close, before the darkness took hold. As he looked through the memories, Oliver joined him, collecting items that resonated with their shared experiences. A favorite book of Ethan's mother, a well-worn baseball cap from his father, and even a small, hand-painted figurine that his sister had cherished. All of them told a story, a testament to the love that had once thrived within these walls. Together, they created a small altar in the living room, placing the items carefully. Ethan stepped back, his heart swelling with pride and love. They deserve to be remembered, he murmured, a sense of peace settling over him. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow through the windows, Oliver turned to Ethan, who was still admiring the makeshift memorial. You're going to help others, Ethan. You've experienced something most people can't even fathom. Your story can inspire them to confront their own darkness. Ethan smiled, a mixture of gratitude and determination in his eyes. I want to help others find their light too. No one should have to go through what I did alone. Just then, the phone in Oliver's pocket buzzed, breaking the quiet reverie. He pulled it out to see a message from his sister. I'll be there in a few minutes. Are you okay? Oliver glanced at Ethan, a grin spreading across his face. It seems like the world is moving forward, even if we're still processing everything. Should we tell her everything? Ethan's brow furrowed for a moment. Maybe not everything at first, he suggested thoughtfully. We need time to process this ourselves. I want to be sure of what I'm sharing before I spill everything. But I want her to know that I'm okay. As Oliver replied to the message, he sensed a shift within Ethan, a growing sense of agency over his own narrative. I'll be here for you, no matter what, he reassured him, and I'll help you figure out how to share your story. A few minutes later, the front door swung open, and Ethan's sister, Lucy, stepped inside. She looked around, taking in the changes in the atmosphere. Hey, you guys, are you? She paused, eyes wide as she noticed the makeshift altar. What's this? Ethan stepped forward, heart pounding. Lucy, I want to talk to you about Mom and Dad. About everything. Lucy's eyes softened, concern mixing with confusion. Okay, I'm listening. Oliver watched as Ethan shared the story of their journey, the darkness they had faced, and the strength they had discovered within themselves. As Ethan spoke, the weight of his family's history began to lift, their story unfolding with each word. Lucy listened intently, her expression shifting from confusion to understanding, and finally to acceptance. I had no idea you were carrying all of this, she said softly, her voice thick with emotion. "I wish I could have been there for you. You're here now," Ethan replied, a sense of warmth flooding his chest. "That's what matters. We can face this together." The three of them sat together in the fading light, sharing stories and memories, laughter mingling with tears. The shadows of the past began to recede, replaced by the light of understanding and compassion. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ethan felt a profound sense of release, as if the final chains of his past had been broken. They spoke late into the night, sharing their fears and hopes, unraveling the threads of grief that had held them captive for so long. At last, as the darkness enveloped the world outside, Ethan leaned back against the couch, feeling the weight of the day lift. He glanced at Oliver, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you for being here, for helping me face all of this. I couldn't have done it without you." Oliver smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him. "You did it, Ethan. You faced your fears, reclaimed your family's story, and found a way to honor their memory. You're stronger than you know." As they sat together, the soft glow of the candles illuminating their faces, Ethan felt a renewed sense of purpose. He was no longer defined by his past. He had transformed his grief into a story of hope and resilience. And in doing so, he had not only freed himself, but also opened a path for others to find their light. As dawn broke, the soft light of morning streamed through the windows, casting a golden glow across the living room where Ethan, Oliver, and Lucy sat huddled together. The remnants of their long night of sharing had created an air of warmth and comfort, one that was both healing and revitalizing. Ethan could feel the renewed energy coursing through him, a newfound strength that he had long thought was lost forever. The events of the previous day felt like a dream, yet they were all too real. The memories of the darkness they had faced and the journey they had undertaken together lingered, forming a tapestry of resilience and hope. Ethan looked at his sister and his friend, feeling gratitude swell in his chest. "Last night was incredible," he said, a smile breaking across his face. "I didn't realize how much I needed to share all of this. I feel lighter." Lucy nodded, her eyes bright with understanding. "I'm so proud of you, Ethan. You've come so far. I can't believe how much you've grown through all of this." Oliver leaned back, a satisfied grin on his face. "It's a testament to your strength. You've transformed your pain into something powerful. Now you can help others do the same." Ethan's mind raced with possibilities. "I want to share my story, not just with you two, but with anyone who needs to hear it. If my journey can help even one person confront their own darkness, it'll be worth it." "Let's do it," Lucy said, excitement bubbling in her voice. "We can host a gathering, invite people over to share stories and memories. We can create a space where others can talk about their own experiences." Oliver's eyes lit up at the idea. "And we can make it an annual event, a way to honor your family and provide support to those in need. We can call it the Light Within." Ethan's heart swelled at the thought. "That's perfect. It symbolizes everything we've been through and everything we hope to achieve." They spent the morning brainstorming ideas for the gathering, filling the room with laughter and enthusiasm. They discussed ways to encourage people to share their stories, to create a safe space where healing could take place. With each passing moment, Ethan felt a deeper sense of purpose unfurling within him. As the sun rose higher in the sky, bathing the house in warmth, Ethan glanced around at the walls that had once felt so heavy with sorrow. Now, they echoed with hope and possibility. "I want to make sure my family is a part of this," he said, determination evident in his voice. "They deserve to be honored in every way." Oliver nodded, picking up the figurine they had placed on the altar. "We can incorporate elements that represent them. Every story shared will keep their memory alive." Lucy chimed in, "And we can invite people to bring items that hold special meaning for them, creating a communal space for remembrance." As the morning progressed, they mapped out the details for the gathering, inviting friends and family, creating a space filled with love and understanding, and designing a way for everyone to share their stories. The prospect of bringing the community together invigorated them, a reminder that they were not alone in their struggles. In the days that followed, Ethan poured himself into the planning, reaching out to those who had been touched by the darkness of grief and loss. With Oliver and Lucy's support, they crafted flyers, spread the word on social media, and created a warm, welcoming atmosphere that would draw people in. On the day of the event, the house buzzed with energy as friends and neighbors filled the space, each person carrying their own stories, their own burdens. Ethan stood at the center, heart pounding with a mix of excitement and nervousness. He looked around at the familiar faces, each one representing a different journey, and felt the weight of their collective experience. "Welcome, everyone," he said, his voice steadying as he addressed the crowd. "Today, we come together to honor our loved ones, to share our stories, and to create a space for healing. This gathering is about finding light in our darkest moments and supporting each other through our struggles." The room filled with warmth as people began to share their stories, tales of loss, of resilience, of finding hope in unexpected places. Ethan listened intently, his heart swelling with empathy and understanding. Each story added a new thread to the fabric of their community, weaving a tapestry of support and love. As the sun set, casting a golden hue across the room, Ethan felt the weight of his family's memory enveloping him like a warm embrace. He glanced at Oliver and Lucy, who stood beside him, their smiles filled with pride. "Thank you for being here with me," Ethan said, his voice thick with emotion. "You've helped me transform my pain into something beautiful." The evening continued, laughter mingling with tears as stories were shared, memories honored, and connections forged. As the last light faded and candles flickered in the dim room, Ethan realized that he was no longer bound by the darkness of his past. He had stepped into the light. After the gathering, as the last guest left, Ethan felt a sense of fulfillment wash over him. The burden of grief had been transformed into a beacon of hope. Looking around the now familiar space, Ethan understood that he had not only reclaimed his family's story, but had also built a bridge for others to find their own way through the darkness. As Oliver and Lucy helped clean up, Ethan smiled, feeling a warmth in his heart. "I know my family would be proud of what we've created here. This is just the beginning." "Absolutely," Lucy replied, a spark of excitement in her eyes. "We can continue to build on this, reaching out to more people, spreading hope." Oliver nodded, his gaze filled with determination. "Together, we can keep the light shining." As they finished cleaning, the sound of laughter and shared stories echoed in Ethan's mind, a beautiful reminder of what had been achieved. The threads of his past had woven together a new narrative, one filled with hope, connection, and resilience. And in that moment, he knew that the love of his family would always be with him, guiding him as he embraced a future filled with promise. The shadows had been cast aside, and the light within him had finally been set free. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The night was draped in an eerie stillness, the kind that often settled over suburban neighborhoods after dark, thick with shadows and whispers of the unknown. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a ghostly glow over the rows of identical houses, each one harboring its secrets behind closed doors. It was a quiet street, where the sounds of laughter and playful banter from earlier in the day had faded into a hushed silence, replaced by the distant hum of cicadas. Ethan Thompson had always found solace in the routine of his neighborhood. The predictable rhythms of life provided a comforting backdrop to his otherwise hectic existence. But on this particular night, something felt off. He sat at his desk, the glow of his computer screen illuminating the room as he typed furiously, desperately trying to finish his latest article for the local newspaper. The clock ticked ominously in the background, reminding him that he was losing precious time. But something outside his window caught his attention, a flicker of movement. Curious, he leaned closer, peering through the glass pane that separated him from the outside world. His neighbor, Mr. Jenkins, a reclusive figure who rarely left his house except for grocery runs, was out in the backyard. Ethan squinted, trying to make sense of the scene unfolding before him. Mr. Jenkins, dressed in dark clothing that blended into the night, seemed to be digging frantically at the edge of his garden. The shovel sliced through the earth with a rhythmic thud, sending clumps of soil flying into the air. A chill crept down Ethan's spine as he watched. He had lived next door to Mr. Jenkins for over 5 years, and in that time, He had only exchanged a handful of words with the man. He was an enigma, an oddity who preferred solitude over socializing. This strange behavior was entirely out of character. With a mix of dread and curiosity, Ethan pulled on his jacket and slipped out of the front door, careful to avoid the creaking step that always seemed to announce his presence. The cool night air greeted him like a shiver, and he instinctively glanced around, half expecting someone to leap out from the shadows. The neighborhood was eerily quiet, save for the rustling leaves and the distant croaking of frogs. As he crept closer to the fence that separated his yard from Mr. Jenkins's, he could see the older man's silhouette against the darkened sky, sweat glistening on his brow as he continued his frantic digging. What could he possibly be burying at this hour? Ethan's heart raced as he tried to make sense of the situation. Was he witnessing something sinister? He had always been a believer in the mundane, yet the image of Mr. Jenkins laboring in the darkness conjured 1,000 unsettling scenarios in his mind. The shovel struck something solid, and Mr. Jenkins paused, his shoulders tense as he leaned down to inspect the disturbance. Ethan held his breath, pressing his back against the cool wood of the fence, his pulse quickening in anticipation. After a moment, Mr. Jenkins straightened, wiping his brow with the back of his hand. Ethan squinted, trying to get a better look, but the shadows obscured the older man's face. It was then that Ethan noticed a small object in Mr. Jenkins's hand, something glimmering in the moonlight. With trembling hands, Ethan fished his phone from his pocket, his fingers hovering over the camera icon. He needed proof of what he was witnessing, but the act felt voyeuristic, wrong somehow. Still, he couldn't tear his gaze away. Just as he was about to snap a photo, Mr. Jenkins turned sharply, glancing in Ethan's direction. Fear coursed through him, and he quickly ducked down, pressing his body flat against the ground, his heart pounding in his ears. He held his breath, listening intently for any signs that he had been discovered. Moments stretched into what felt like eternity. Ethan's mind raced with thoughts of what to do next. Should he confront Mr. Jenkins? Call the police? The weight of uncertainty settled heavily on his shoulders. Finally, when he was certain that the coast was clear, he peered up over the fence. Mr. Jenkins had resumed digging, seemingly unaware of the eyes watching him from the shadows. Ethan's curiosity surged once again, igniting a desire to know what lay beneath the surface. What was the old man hiding? And why was he burying it in the dead of night? The questions hung heavily in the air, and Ethan knew he couldn't simply turn back now. The mystery had ensnared him, weaving its threads through his mind, binding him to the spot as he watched the old man continue his work. After what felt like an eternity, Mr. Jenkins finally stepped back, wiping his hands on his pants. He dropped the shovel to the ground with a heavy thud and crouched down, placing the glimmering object gently into the hole before covering it with dirt. Ethan's heart raced as he tried to catch a glimpse of what had been buried. Was it an animal? Something more sinister? The thrill of the unknown sent shivers down his spine. When Mr. Jenkins finished burying whatever it was, he stood up, taking a moment to survey his handiwork. For a brief second, his eyes scanned the surrounding darkness, and Ethan froze, not daring to move. A moment later, Mr. Jenkins turned and walked back toward the house, disappearing inside and closing the door behind him. Ethan remained crouched by the fence, heart pounding. The night was alive with the sound of his breath, and he felt an insatiable urge to dig deeper into the mystery. But as he stood, the weight of uncertainty settled heavily upon him. What had he just witnessed? Was Mr. Jenkins a harmless recluse, or had he stumbled upon something far more dangerous? Ethan knew he wouldn't be able to rest until he uncovered the truth. As he stepped away from the fence, he felt the gravity of the situation pressing down on him. The night had revealed a secret, and with it, the potential for something far darker lurking just beneath the surface of a seemingly ordinary life. The next morning dawned bright and sunny, but Ethan felt a heaviness in his chest that the beautiful day couldn't dispel. He had hardly slept, his mind racing with thoughts of what he had witnessed the night before. The image of Mr. Jenkins digging frantically in the darkness haunted him. What had he buried? Why was he acting so suspiciously? As he sat at the breakfast table, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee wafted through the air, yet it did little to soothe his frayed nerves. His sister, Sarah, poured herself a cup, oblivious to the turmoil brewing in Ethan's mind. Good morning, sleepyhead. You look like you've seen a ghost, she teased, ruffling his hair playfully. Yeah, you could say that, Ethan replied, forcing a smile. He pushed his half-eaten toast away, his stomach churning with unease. Did you finish that article for the newspaper? She asked, leaning against the counter. Ethan hesitated, his thoughts still swirling around Mr. Jenkins's late-night activities. Not yet. I've got some ideas, but he trailed off, the weight of his secret pressing down on him. Do you need help? She offered, tilting her head with concern. You know I'm always here for you. He appreciated her kindness, but shook his head. I'll be fine, just a bit distracted. With a half-hearted excuse, Ethan grabbed his phone and decided to go for a walk around the neighborhood, hoping that the fresh air would clear his mind. As he stepped outside, the sunlight bathed him in warmth, yet the lingering shadows from last night's discovery followed him like a ghost. Ethan strolled down the street, the familiar sights of his neighborhood offering little comfort. He waved at Mrs. Delaney, who was pruning her roses, and exchanged pleasantries with Mr. Grayson, the retired firefighter who was tending to his lawn. Everyone seemed absorbed in their mundane routines, oblivious to the unsettling reality lurking just next door. As he approached Mr. Jenkins's house, a chill raced down his spine. The curtains were drawn tight, and the garden appeared unusually tidy, as if the chaos from the previous night had been erased. Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He hesitated, contemplating whether to knock on the door and confront Mr. Jenkins about what he had witnessed. But a voice in the back of his mind warned him against it. What if the old man was hiding something sinister? Instead, he decided to observe from a distance. He found a spot on the corner of the street, hidden behind a tree, and settled down to watch. Time seemed to stretch as he waited for any sign of life from Mr. Jenkins's house. His heart raced with anticipation, and he couldn't shake the sense that he was about to witness something important. After what felt like an eternity, the front door creaked open. Mr. Jenkins stepped outside, his face shadowed by the brim of a worn-out hat. He surveyed the yard, his eyes lingering on the spot where he had buried something the night before. Ethan's breath caught in his throat as he watched the old man's demeanor shift from anxiety to something more relaxed. Mr. Jenkins bent down and fiddled with the garden, adjusting a few plants as if nothing had happened. But Ethan noticed the way his hands trembled slightly, betraying his calm exterior. It was as if the act of burying whatever it was had weighed heavily on him. Ethan's mind raced with possibilities. What could the old man be hiding? Could it be something illegal? Or was it simply a moment of madness? He knew he had to uncover the truth, but the thought of confronting Mr. Jenkins sent a wave of anxiety coursing through him. Suddenly, a car pulled into the driveway next door, breaking Ethan's concentration. It was Lisa, the new neighbor who had moved in a few months ago. She was friendly and outgoing, a stark contrast to the reclusive Mr. Jenkins. Ethan seized the opportunity and waved her over. Hey Lisa, he called out, trying to act casual. Ethan, what's up? She replied, her smile brightening the day. Not much, just out for a walk, he said, glancing at Mr. Jenkins, who had now turned his back to them, oblivious to their conversation. Lisa followed his gaze. What's he up to? She asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm not sure, Ethan replied, struggling to maintain a nonchalant tone. He was acting kind of weird last night. I saw him digging in his backyard. Digging? That's odd. What do you think he's up to? Lisa leaned in, her curiosity piqued. I don't know. I thought maybe he was burying something, Ethan said, his heart racing as he spoke. Or someone, Lisa joked lightly, but her laughter faded when she saw the seriousness in Ethan's eyes. Wait, you're not serious, are you? No, I'm just saying it's strange. He hardly ever comes out, and then suddenly he's digging a hole in the dead of night, Ethan said, feeling the weight of his words. Lisa crossed her arms, her brow furrowing. That is weird. I haven't really talked to him much, but I heard some strange noises coming from his house the other night, like shouting or something. I thought it was just my imagination. Ethan felt a thrill of unease at her words. What do you mean? I don't know, it was late, and I just thought maybe I was hearing things. But now that you mention it, it's kind of creepy. She shook her head, looking back at Mr. Jenkins, who was still tending to his garden. Ethan's mind raced. This was more than just a simple case of curiosity. There was something deeper at play, and he felt a responsibility to uncover the truth. Maybe we should find out what he's up to, Ethan suggested, adrenaline surging through him. Lisa looked at him, eyes wide with excitement. Are you serious? Like, confront him? I don't know about that, but we could ask him about it. Casually, you know? See if he'll open up, Ethan proposed, a plan forming in his mind. Okay, but we have to be careful, Lisa warned. If he's hiding something, we don't want to put ourselves in danger. They approached Mr. Jenkins's yard cautiously, each step heightening the tension in the air. Ethan felt a mixture of apprehension and determination, aware that they were crossing an invisible line into the unknown. Mr. Jenkins, Ethan called out, his voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions inside him. The old man turned slowly, surprise etched across his face. What do you want? He asked, his tone guarded. Ethan glanced at Lisa, who nodded encouragingly. We were just wondering if everything was okay. We saw you out here last night and thought we'd check in. Mr. Jenkins's eyes narrowed slightly, suspicion flickering in their depths. I'm fine, just tending to my garden, he replied tersely. Ethan swallowed hard, trying to push through the tension. Right? Just wanted to make sure you didn't need anything. We're all neighbors after all. Mr. Jenkins hesitated, studying them for a moment before his expression softened slightly. It's just an old man's work. Nothing to worry about, he said, waving a dismissive hand. But Ethan wasn't convinced. Are you sure? It seemed like you were burying something last night, he pressed, the words slipping out before he could stop himself. Mr. Jenkins's gaze hardened, and for a moment, Ethan thought he saw a flicker of fear pass across the older man's face. Mind your own business, he said sharply, turning away. Ethan and Lisa exchanged glances, the unspoken tension hanging heavily between them. Okay, we just wanted to check on you, Ethan said, taking a step back, sensing the old man's rising anger. As they walked away, Ethan felt a mix of relief and anxiety. They hadn't uncovered anything definitive, but he knew this was just the beginning. The unsettling signs were all there, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the mystery of Mr. Jenkins was only deepening. Are you sure you want to get involved in this? Lisa asked, her tone laced with concern. Ethan nodded, determination hardening in his chest. I have to know what he's hiding. There's something about this that just doesn't sit right with me. As they walked back to Ethan's house, the weight of uncertainty loomed over them like a dark cloud, promising that their journey into the depths of mystery was only just beginning. Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister was afoot. The interaction with Mr. Jenkins had only fueled his curiosity, and he knew he couldn't simply walk away. That night, as he lay in bed, he replayed the events over and over in his mind, searching for clues that could help him unravel the mystery. The following day, he decided to do some digging, figuratively speaking. He would learn more about Mr. Jenkins and his past, searching for any information that might provide insight into the man's peculiar behavior. Ethan was a journalist at heart. The thrill of uncovering the truth ran through his veins. He grabbed his laptop and began to scour the internet for anything related to Mr. Jenkins. Most of what he found was mundane. A few records here and there, references to community meetings he had attended years ago, but nothing out of the ordinary. Frustrated, Ethan decided to take a different approach. He grabbed his phone and texted Lisa, "Hey, do you want to meet up later? I think we should talk more about Mr. Jenkins." A few minutes later, his phone pinged with a response. "Definitely. How about we meet at that coffee shop on Main Street? I can do some digging too." The thought of working together to uncover the truth sent a rush of adrenaline through Ethan. He quickly showered, changed, and made his way to the coffee shop, anticipation thrumming in his chest. When he arrived, Lisa was already seated at a corner table, a steaming cup of coffee in front of her. She waved him over, her expression a mix of excitement and concern. "Hey, I've been thinking a lot about what we saw," she said, leaning forward, her voice barely above a whisper. "What if he's hiding something dangerous? What if we're getting ourselves in over our heads?" Ethan shrugged, the thrill of the chase overriding any sense of danger. "I can't just sit back and ignore it. If something's going on, we have to know." "Okay, but we have to be careful. I don't want to end up on the evening news as the latest mystery victims," Lisa replied, attempting to inject some humor into the situation. They spent the next hour brainstorming ways to gather more information about Mr. Jenkins. Ethan suggested they speak with other neighbors, particularly those who had lived in the neighborhood longer. There might be stories or rumors that could shed light on the old man's past. After their meeting, they set off on foot, making their way around the neighborhood. Their first stop was Mrs. Delaney, the elderly woman who lived 2 doors down. She was known for her gregarious nature and seemed to know everything that happened on their street. Knocking on her door, Ethan felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. When Mrs. Delaney opened the door, her face broke into a warm smile. "Ethan, what a pleasant surprise. And Lisa, dear, it's lovely to see you." "Hi, Mrs. Delaney. We were hoping you could help us with something," Ethan said, his heart pounding. "Oh, anything for my favorite neighbors. Come in," she exclaimed, ushering them inside. The inside of her house was filled with the scent of freshly baked cookies, and the cozy atmosphere instantly put Ethan at ease. They settled onto the comfortable couch, and after some small talk, Ethan took a deep breath and broached the subject. "We wanted to ask you about Mr. Jenkins. Do you know him well?" Mrs. Delaney's expression shifted slightly, her smile fading. "Ah, Mr. Jenkins. He's a bit of a mystery, isn't he?" Ethan leaned forward, eager to hear more. "What do you mean?" "Well, I've lived here for over 30 years, and I've seen many families come and go. Mr. Jenkins moved in a long time ago, but he rarely mingles with the rest of us. He's always been a private man, but there was a time when he was more sociable. I remember him being involved in community events, but that was years ago," she said, her gaze drifting as if lost in memories. "What changed?" Lisa asked, her curiosity piqued. Mrs. Delaney hesitated, as if weighing her words carefully. "There was a tragedy in his life, something he never fully recovered from. His wife passed away unexpectedly, and I think it broke him. Ever since then, he's kept to himself." Ethan felt a pang of sympathy for the old man, but pushed forward. "Did you ever notice anything strange about him? Any unusual behavior?" Mrs. Delaney's brow furrowed as she thought. "Well, now that you mention it, there were some odd occurrences. Once, I thought I heard strange noises coming from his house at night, but I always dismissed it as my imagination. And then there was that time when I saw him carrying large bags to his car late at night. I never thought much of it at the time, but in hindsight, it does seem peculiar." Ethan exchanged a glance with Lisa, their unease growing. "Do you know what he was doing with those bags?" he pressed. She shook her head. "No idea. He's always been a bit of a loner, but I wouldn't worry too much about him. Just give him space. Everyone has their struggles." "Thanks, Mrs. Delaney," Ethan said, standing up. "We appreciate your help." As they walked back outside, Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that they were onto something significant. A tragedy, he mused. That could explain a lot about his behavior. "Yeah, but it still doesn't explain the digging last night," Lisa said, glancing back at Mr. Jenkins's house. "We need to dig deeper, Ethan. This could be bigger than we think." Ethan nodded, determination surging within him. They needed to gather more information, and he knew just the person to ask next, Mr. Grayson. The retired firefighter had been in the neighborhood for decades and often shared stories about the area and its residents. They approached Mr. Grayson's house, a modest brick structure with well-tended flower beds. Ethan knocked on the door, and within moments, the cheerful face of Mr. Grayson appeared. "Ethan, Lisa, what brings you two here?" he asked, a warm smile on his face. "Hi, Mr. Grayson. We were hoping to ask you about Mr. Jenkins," Ethan said, getting straight to the point. "Ah, Jenkins. Interesting fellow, isn't he?" Mr. Grayson replied, motioning for them to come inside. Once settled in his cozy living room, adorned with memorabilia from his firefighting days, Ethan wasted no time in asking, "What can you tell us about him?" Mr. Grayson leaned back in his chair, contemplating. "Well, as you probably know, he was once a family man. His wife, Barbara, was lovely. They were quite the couple. But after she passed, Jenkins changed completely. He used to be active in the community, but now he isolates himself." "What about any strange behavior?" Lisa asked, her voice tinged with urgency. "Have you noticed anything odd?" Mr. Grayson scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Now that you mention it, I have seen him acting strangely at times. He often leaves his house late at night and returns in the early morning. Once, I saw him loading something heavy into his trunk. I thought it was strange, but I didn't think much of it at the time. You know how it is, people have their quirks. Do you know where he goes? Ethan pressed, his heart racing at the prospect of uncovering more. Mr. Grayson shook his head. No idea, but if you're concerned about him, I'd suggest keeping your distance. He's not a bad man, just a broken one. Sometimes, people need space to heal. Ethan felt a knot tightening in his stomach. There was clearly more to Mr. Jenkins's story than met the eye, and he was determined to unravel the threads that tied his neighbor's life to the mystery at hand. As they left Mr. Grayson's house, Lisa turned to Ethan, her expression serious. This is getting deeper than I expected. Are you sure you want to continue? Absolutely, Ethan replied, resolve flooding through him. If there's something going on, we need to know. It's our responsibility as neighbors. With a sense of purpose, they headed back toward home, the sun beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the street. The atmosphere shifted, a quiet tension settling in as Ethan felt the weight of the impending darkness. The night loomed ahead, and with it, the promise of new revelations. They couldn't turn back now. They were in this together. As they walked, Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that whatever Mr. Jenkins was hiding was not just a simple secret. It was a mystery that could shatter the fragile peace of their neighborhood. The next day, Ethan and Lisa's resolve was stronger than ever. They had made a pact to uncover the truth about Mr. Jenkins, whatever it may be. But little did they know that their quest for answers would soon take an unexpected turn. After a restless night, filled with dreams of shadows and secrets, Ethan woke up early, determined to seize the day. He brewed a strong cup of coffee, his mind racing with thoughts of Mr. Jenkins and the mysteries surrounding him. He felt like a detective in a noir film, chasing down leads and piecing together fragments of a puzzle. Once he finished his coffee, Ethan texted Lisa, suggesting they meet at his house to discuss their next steps. Let's plan our strategy, he typed, excitement buzzing in his veins. Minutes later, Lisa arrived, her brow furrowed with concern. Hey, did you sleep at all last night? You look like you've seen a ghost, she teased lightly, but Ethan could tell she shared his anxiety. Just a lot on my mind, he replied, trying to brush off her comment. We need to figure out how to get more information about Mr. Jenkins without raising too much suspicion. Lisa nodded. We could try talking to more neighbors, but it seems like everyone is too scared to get involved. Maybe we could observe him from a distance. Ethan liked that idea. Yeah, let's see if we can catch him in the act. We could set up a small stakeout tonight. If he's up to something, we might finally get a glimpse of what it is. They spent the rest of the afternoon preparing for their stakeout. Ethan gathered a pair of binoculars, a notepad, and some snacks to keep their energy up. As the sun began to set, casting a warm, golden hue across the neighborhood, they positioned themselves in the park across from Mr. Jenkins's house, hidden among the trees. Are you sure this is going to work? Lisa asked, biting into a granola bar, her eyes scanning the street. Trust me, Ethan said, peering through the binoculars. He's a creature of habit. If he's been acting suspiciously, he'll likely follow a routine. As they waited, the park became eerily quiet. The distant sound of children playing and the rustling of leaves were the only sounds breaking the stillness. Ethan's heart raced with anticipation. They were finally taking action. Minutes turned into an hour, and just as doubt began to creep in, Ethan spotted movement through the trees. Mr. Jenkins stepped out of his front door, dressed in his usual dark clothing, looking as though he were preparing for a nighttime excursion. There he is, Ethan whispered, excitement bubbling in his chest. Let's see where he goes. Mr. Jenkins walked to his car, and Ethan felt a surge of adrenaline. He focused the binoculars on him, noting the way the old man glanced around as if checking for anyone watching. Ethan scribbled down every detail in his notepad, his heart pounding in rhythm with the ticking seconds. Here we go, he murmured, holding his breath as Mr. Jenkins opened the trunk of his car. To Ethan's surprise, the old man pulled out a large, black duffel bag, the fabric slightly bulging as he set it down on the pavement. What's in there? Lisa gasped, her eyes wide with curiosity. Ethan narrowed his gaze, trying to make out the details in the dim light. Mr. Jenkins crouched down beside the bag, his movements deliberate and cautious. The sight of him lingering there sent a shiver down Ethan's spine. What could he be hiding? Suddenly, a pair of headlights swept across the street, illuminating Mr. Jenkins's figure. Ethan quickly ducked behind a tree, pulling Lisa down with him. They held their breath, hoping the approaching car wouldn't stop. The vehicle passed by, and Ethan carefully peered out again, just in time to see Mr. Jenkins stand up, looking agitated. He rushed to his car, quickly shoving the duffel bag back into the trunk before slamming it shut. There was an urgency in his movements that made Ethan's heart race. "What is he hiding?" Lisa whispered, her voice tense. Just as Mr. Jenkins climbed into the driver's seat, a loud noise erupted from behind them, a shrill scream followed by a crash. Ethan and Lisa turned to see a group of teenagers riding their bikes nearby, one of them losing control and crashing into a tree. "Are you okay?" one of the friends yelled, rushing to help the fallen cyclist. Ethan and Lisa exchanged worried glances, their stakeout interrupted. As they turned back to Mr. Jenkins's car, they watched in disbelief as he sped away, tires screeching against the asphalt. "Ethan, we have to follow him," Lisa urged, her eyes wide with adrenaline. "Are you crazy? We can't just chase him down." But the thrill of discovery was too tempting. Ethan felt the urgency of the moment course through him, overriding his better judgment. "We can't let him get away. If he's hiding something, we need to find out what it is." With a nod of determination, they sprinted toward Ethan's car, their hearts racing. As they climbed inside, Ethan fumbled for the keys, feeling a rush of fear and excitement. He started the engine and pulled away from the park, hoping they hadn't lost Mr. Jenkins. They quickly spotted him a few blocks ahead, his car weaving through traffic, heading toward the outskirts of town. Ethan followed closely, adrenaline pumping through his veins. "Where is he going?" Lisa asked, her voice tense with anticipation. "I have no idea, but we can't lose him," Ethan replied, keeping his focus on the road. They drove through the quiet streets, the sun sinking lower in the sky, leaving only the glow of streetlights behind. Mr. Jenkins finally turned onto a narrow dirt road that seemed to lead into a secluded area. "Should we go down there?" Lisa asked, her eyes darting nervously. Ethan nodded, a mix of excitement and fear churning in his stomach. "Yeah, we have to see where this leads." As they turned onto the dirt road, the trees loomed overhead, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The car bounced over the uneven terrain, and Ethan felt a chill creep into the air. He parked the car just off the road, and they climbed out, the sounds of nature enveloping them. Ethan pulled out the binoculars again, scanning the area for Mr. Jenkins's car. "There it is," he pointed, seeing the silhouette of the old man standing by his vehicle, the duffel bag now slung over his shoulder. "Should we get closer?" Lisa whispered, her voice barely audible. "Let's wait and see what he does," Ethan replied, his heart racing with anticipation. They crouched behind a cluster of bushes, watching as Mr. Jenkins walked deeper into the woods. The tension in the air was palpable, each rustle of leaves sending shivers down Ethan's spine. As they followed cautiously, they heard Mr. Jenkins muttering to himself. "I can't believe I'm doing this," he said, his voice low and strained. "What is he talking about?" Lisa whispered, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Shuh," Ethan hissed, trying to focus on the old man. They crept closer, careful to avoid any twigs that might snap underfoot. Mr. Jenkins suddenly stopped, looking around as if sensing their presence. Ethan's heart dropped. "We need to hide," he urged, pulling Lisa behind a thick tree trunk just in time. "Do you think he saw us?" Lisa whispered, her eyes wide. "I don't know. Just stay quiet," Ethan replied, holding his breath. They watched as Mr. Jenkins resumed walking, seemingly unaware of their presence. The duo exchanged worried glances, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. What were they about to uncover? And would it be worth the risk? After a few moments of silence, Mr. Jenkins reached a small clearing, the moonlight illuminating the scene. He set the duffel bag down, kneeling beside it. The intensity of the moment surged as Ethan and Lisa leaned forward, straining to hear his next words. "I just need to make this right," he muttered, his voice trembling. "I can't keep running from it." The word sent a shiver down Ethan's spine. Whatever Mr. Jenkins was hiding, it was clearly weighing heavily on him. Suddenly, the old man pulled something from the bag, a small, weathered box. Ethan's heart raced as he caught a glimpse of it. It was old and covered in dirt, its surface marred with scratches and stains. "What is that?" Lisa whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't know, but we need to find out," Ethan replied, feeling a surge of determination. This was it, the moment they had been waiting for. As Mr. Jenkins began to dig into the ground, the realization struck Ethan like a bolt of lightning. He was burying something. Whatever it was, it had to be significant. "Are we really going to watch him do this?" Lisa asked, her voice filled with both fear and excitement. Ethan nodded. "We need to see what he's burying. This is the key to understanding what's happening here." The atmosphere grew heavier with tension as they continued to watch, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. They were mere spectators in a drama that was unfolding right before their eyes, and the stakes were rising higher than ever. But just as Mr. Jenkins stood up to step back and survey his work, a sharp noise shattered the silence, a crack of a branch snapping underfoot. Both Ethan and Lisa froze, terror gripping them as they realized they had been spotted. Mr. Jenkins's head whipped around, his eyes locking onto their hiding spot. The look on his face was a mixture of shock and anger, and in that moment, Ethan knew they had crossed a line they couldn't uncross. "Who's there?" Mr. Jenkins shouted, his voice echoing in the stillness of the woods. Ethan's heart raced as he exchanged a panicked glance with Lisa. They had to run. Panic surged through Ethan as he exchanged a frantic look with Lisa. They had ventured too far into the unknown, and now they were caught in the web of Mr. Jenkins's secrets. "Run," he hissed, barely waiting for Lisa to react before he dashed back through the trees, heart pounding in his chest. Branches scratched at their arms and legs as they navigated through the underbrush, the chilling reality of their situation settling in. They could hear Mr. Jenkins's footsteps behind them, crashing through the foliage as he pursued them. Every instinct screamed for Ethan to flee faster. "Ethan, where are we going?" Lisa gasped, trying to keep pace. "Just keep moving," he urged, not daring to look back. They burst into a small clearing, the moonlight illuminating their escape route. Ethan spotted a dense thicket of bushes and signaled for Lisa to follow him into the safety of the darkness. They crouched low, breathing heavily, the adrenaline still coursing through their veins. The rustling of leaves nearby made Ethan's heart race even faster. They pressed against the earth, listening intently for any sign of Mr. Jenkins. "He's going to find us," Lisa whispered, her voice trembling. "No, he won't," Ethan replied, though doubt gnawed at him. "He's old. He'll take his time. We just need to wait it out." Moments felt like hours as they stayed hidden, the tension palpable. Finally, the sounds of pursuit faded into the distance, leaving an eerie silence hanging in the air. Ethan risked a glance through the leaves, squinting to see if Mr. Jenkins was still searching. "He's gone," Ethan breathed out, relief washing over him. Lisa let out a shaky laugh, the kind that masked fear. "That was way too close. What were we thinking?" "I don't know," Ethan admitted, his heart still racing. "But we can't just back down now. We're too deep in this." After a moment of quiet contemplation, Lisa nodded. "Okay, but what if he decides to come back? We need a plan." Ethan considered this, his mind racing with possibilities. "Let's head back to my place. We can regroup, and maybe we can figure out what he was burying. We can't leave without answers." They emerged from the thicket cautiously, peering around for any sign of Mr. Jenkins. The coast appeared clear, and they took off at a brisk pace back toward the park where they had parked the car. Once they reached Ethan's home, they locked the door behind them, a sense of safety enveloping them. "What now?" Lisa asked, her voice still shaky. Ethan flopped down onto the couch, his mind racing. "We need to think about what we just saw. If Mr. Jenkins was burying something, it could be important. We need to figure out how to find out what it was. Maybe we could check the area where he was digging," Lisa suggested, her eyes brightening with the idea. "There might be something left behind." "Good idea," Ethan replied, his enthusiasm rekindled. "But we'll have to wait until it's dark again. It's too risky to go now, especially since he knows we're onto him." They spent the next few hours trying to distract themselves, watching TV and chatting about anything and everything, but the unease lingered in the back of their minds. When night fell, they prepared for another excursion into the unknown. As they walked back to the woods, the shadows grew thicker, and the air felt charged with anticipation. "Do you really think he was burying something bad?" Lisa asked, nervously glancing around. "I don't know," Ethan admitted, his stomach knotting. "But if it was important enough for him to hide, it could be connected to whatever's going on around here. We have to find out." They made their way back to the clearing where they had witnessed Mr. Jenkins's strange behavior. The moon cast a soft glow, illuminating the area enough for them to see, yet shrouded enough to keep them hidden. "Where do you think he buried it?" Lisa whispered, scanning the ground. "Over there." Ethan pointed to the spot where Mr. Jenkins had knelt earlier. They approached cautiously, hearts racing, and knelt down to inspect the area. The ground was freshly disturbed, and Ethan's heart pounded as he began to dig with his hands, the cool dirt crumbling beneath his fingers. "Help me," he urged Lisa, and she quickly joined in, both of them racing against the clock to uncover the truth before Mr. Jenkins returned. After a few moments of frantic digging, Ethan's fingers brushed against something hard. "I think I found it," he exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. He cleared the dirt away to reveal a small, rusted metal box, its surface covered in grime and moss. "What is it?" Lisa asked, her eyes wide with curiosity and trepidation. "I don't know," Ethan replied, gently tugging at the box's lid. It creaked as he opened it, revealing its contents, a stack of old letters tied together with fraying string. "Letters?" Lisa echoed, peering over his shoulder. "Yeah, but why would he bury these?" Ethan wondered aloud, carefully lifting the bundle. The top letter had faded ink, but the date caught his attention. It was dated several years ago. "Should we read them?" Lisa asked, her voice filled with anticipation. "Of course. This might give us some insight into what's going on," Ethan replied, untying the string with shaking hands. He pulled the top letter from the bundle and began to read aloud. "Dear Martha, I can't keep running from what I've done. I know the pain I've caused you and the others, and I regret it every day. But there's something I need to do, something I can't hide anymore." Ethan paused, glancing at Lisa, whose eyes were wide with shock. "Who's Martha?" she whispered. "Maybe someone important to him." Ethan mused, continuing to read the letter. "I hope one day you can forgive me. I'm burying this so it can't hurt anyone anymore. I wish things had been different." As he read on, Ethan could feel the weight of the words, each line pulling him deeper into Mr. Jenkins's past. The letters spoke of regret, loss, and secrets that had been buried alongside the box. "I think these letters are tied to whatever he's hiding," Ethan concluded, glancing at Lisa. "If he felt the need to bury them, it must be significant. Maybe we can find out who Martha is," Lisa suggested, her excitement rising. "This could be the key to understanding Mr. Jenkins." They continued to sift through the letters, each one revealing more of Mr. Jenkins's troubled past. There were references to a tragic accident, a community scandal, and the whispers of betrayal that had haunted him for years. Suddenly, a noise shattered the night air, a crunching sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Ethan and Lisa froze, their hearts racing once more. "Did you hear that?" Lisa whispered, fear creeping into her voice. "Yeah," Ethan replied, his pulse quickening. They quickly tucked the letters back into the box and buried it hastily, panic washing over them as they realized they were not alone. "Hi," Ethan hissed, dragging Lisa behind a nearby tree just as Mr. Jenkins stepped into the clearing, a lantern casting eerie shadows on his face. "Who's there?" Mr. Jenkins called out, his voice low and menacing. Ethan held his breath, fear coursing through him. They had uncovered something far deeper than they ever anticipated, and now, with Mr. Jenkins so close, the danger felt more real than ever. "I know you're out there," Mr. Jenkins continued, scanning the darkness with a mixture of anger and desperation. "You think you can just invade my privacy? I won't let you." Ethan's mind raced as he watched the old man move deeper into the clearing, the lantern swinging ominously. They had to escape, but how? Suddenly, Mr. Jenkins's lantern flickered as he turned away, and Ethan seized the moment. "We need to get out of here," he whispered urgently, pulling Lisa by the arm. They slipped silently away from the clearing, hearts pounding as they made their way back to the car. The adrenaline coursed through them, fueling their escape from the shadows of the night. Once inside the safety of the car, Ethan glanced at Lisa, who was visibly shaken. "We made it," he said, trying to reassure her. "What do we do now?" Lisa asked, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. Ethan took a deep breath, feeling a mix of triumph and anxiety. "We need to figure out who Martha is. We need to understand Mr. Jenkins's past. This isn't over yet." As they drove away from the woods, leaving the darkness behind, they knew they were on the brink of uncovering something monumental. But with every revelation came the realization that they were diving deeper into a mystery that could have dire consequences. Ethan's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as they sped away from the woods, the weight of what they had just discovered settling heavily in the car. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the road ahead. "Do you think Mr. Jenkins will come after us?" Lisa asked, her voice trembling with anxiety. "I hope not, but we need to be careful," Ethan replied, glancing in the rearview mirror as if expecting to see Mr. Jenkins trailing behind them. "Let's head back to my place and figure out our next steps." When they arrived at Ethan's house, they locked the doors and settled onto the couch, still buzzing with adrenaline. "We need to find out who Martha is," Ethan said, pulling the letters from his backpack and laying them out on the coffee table. "These letters might give us clues." Lisa leaned in, her eyes scanning the faded ink. "Maybe we can look for information online," she suggested. "If Martha is someone significant to Mr. Jenkins, there might be something about her in the news or public records." Ethan nodded, grateful for Lisa's level-headedness. They powered up Ethan's laptop and began their search, sifting through the letters and looking for any names or details that might lead them to Martha. Hours passed as they searched. They found the name Martha Wilkins mentioned in several letters, each hinting at a tragic accident that had occurred years ago. Ethan's heart sank as they stumbled upon a news article titled, "Tragic Car Accident Claims Young Lives," featuring a photo of a smiling young woman who looked eerily familiar. "Is this her?" Lisa asked, pointing to the image. Ethan felt a shiver run down his spine. "I think so," he replied, recognizing the face. The article detailed how Martha had died in a car accident alongside her best friend, leaving a community in shock. The piece mentioned Mr. Jenkins in passing as a resident of the neighborhood at the time. "Wait," Lisa said, her brow furrowing. "What if Mr. Jenkins feels responsible for her death? That might explain why he buried the letters. He could be hiding his guilt." "That would make sense," Ethan said, a knot forming in his stomach. But what was his connection to her? Why would he feel responsible? As they continued to dig through the information, Lisa found another article mentioning Mr. Jenkins in relation to a different incident, a scandal involving local families. "It looks like he was accused of something," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "People said he had a history of reckless behavior." Ethan felt the pieces starting to fit together. What if Martha's accident was part of that history? What if he was driving the car? The realization hit them like a cold wave. If Mr. Jenkins had been behind the wheel, it would explain the weight of guilt that had haunted him for years, pushing him to bury those letters, a physical representation of his buried past. "We have to confront him," Lisa said suddenly, her determination surprising Ethan. "He can't keep hiding from the truth. We need answers, and it's time we get them." Ethan hesitated, a mix of fear and concern coursing through him. "Are you sure about this? What if he reacts violently?" Lisa nodded, her expression resolute. "We can't let fear control us. We have to find out what really happened. Maybe it will help him find some peace too." They agreed to return to Mr. Jenkins's house later that night, armed with the knowledge they had uncovered. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in deep shades of purple and orange as they prepared to confront the man whose secrets had entwined them in this dark mystery. As they approached Mr. Jenkins's property, Ethan felt a knot of anxiety twist in his stomach. The house loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, shadows dancing behind the curtains. They parked the car a distance away and made their way toward the back entrance, hoping to avoid detection. "Are you ready?" Ethan asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Lisa took a deep breath, her resolve unwavering. "Let's do this." They crept toward the back of the house, the air thick with tension. The faint sound of a radio playing drifted through the open window, a soft contrast to the tension building inside them. Ethan's hand trembled as he knocked softly on the door. Moments passed, each second stretching into an eternity. Just as they were about to knock again, the door creaked open, revealing Mr. Jenkins standing before them, his expression a mixture of surprise and annoyance. "What do you want?" he snapped, eyes narrowing as he recognized them. Ethan swallowed hard, glancing at Lisa before stepping forward. "We need to talk, Mr. Jenkins. It's important." "About what?" His tone was defensive, and Ethan could sense the wall rising between them. "About Martha," Ethan blurted, watching as Mr. Jenkins's face fell, his eyes darkening. "We found your letters." For a moment, silence hung heavy in the air. Mr. Jenkins's expression shifted, and Ethan could see the old man's defenses crumbling as he took a step back. "You shouldn't have gone snooping. You don't know what you're talking about," he replied, his voice quivering with emotion. "But we do know," Lisa interjected, her voice steady. "We know about the accident and the guilt you've carried for years. It's time to stop hiding from it." Mr. Jenkins's face twisted in anguish, and for a moment, Ethan thought he might break down. Instead, anger flared in his eyes. "You think you could just come here and judge me? You have no idea what I've been through. Then tell us," Ethan urged, stepping closer. "Help us understand. We're not here to accuse you. We want to help you find some closure." Mr. Jenkins shook his head, tears glistening in his eyes. "There's no closure for me. I lost her. I can't change the past. Those letters, they were my way of trying to forget. But burying them won't erase what happened," Lisa said softly, her voice full of empathy. "You need to confront it, to talk about it." "Talking doesn't change anything," he shouted, his voice echoing in the dark. "Martha is gone, and I'm the one who has to live with it." Ethan felt a pang of sympathy for the old man. "You're right. Talking won't change the past, but it could help you heal. You're not alone in this. We want to listen." Mr. Jenkins seemed to hesitate, the fight draining from his posture. I can't relive it," he murmured, looking away as if the weight of his memories was too much to bear. "Then let us help you," Lisa pleaded. "You've carried this burden alone for too long. It's time to share it." After what felt like an eternity, Mr. Jenkins finally sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping. "Fine," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "But it's not a pretty story. Whatever it is, we're here to listen," Ethan assured him. Mr. Jenkins stepped aside, allowing them to enter his home. As they crossed the threshold, Ethan felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. This was the moment where secrets would be unveiled, where the past would claw its way into the present, and nothing would ever be the same. As Ethan and Lisa stepped into Mr. Jenkins's dimly lit living room, the air felt thick with memories, a tangible presence hanging in the silence. The walls were adorned with photographs, some faded, some cracked, each frame capturing a moment of a life once vibrant, but now overshadowed by regret. Mr. Jenkins shuffled toward an old armchair, sinking into it with a heavy sigh, his hands trembling slightly. "I never thought I'd have to face this again," he murmured, staring at a photograph of a young woman with bright eyes and a warm smile. "Start wherever you feel comfortable," Ethan encouraged, taking a seat on the edge of the couch, while Lisa settled beside him, her gaze fixed on the old man. Mr. Jenkins cleared his throat, his eyes welling with tears. "Martha, she was my best friend's daughter. I was supposed to be watching her that night. Her parents went out for dinner, and I promised I'd take care of her." He paused, the weight of his words heavy in the room. Ethan felt a chill as he realized the gravity of what Mr. Jenkins was about to reveal. "But I had been drinking," he continued, his voice cracking. "I thought I could manage it. I thought it would be fine." Lisa leaned in closer, her expression a mix of compassion and concern. "What happened that night?" she asked gently. "I took her out for ice cream," Mr. Jenkins said, his gaze distant, as if he were reliving that fateful evening. "We were driving home, and I just lost control. The car flipped. I don't remember much after that. I woke up in the hospital." The room was silent as the implications sank in. Ethan felt a mixture of sadness and anger. "And Martha?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "She didn't make it," Mr. Jenkins replied, tears streaming down his weathered face. "They said she died on impact. I was the one behind the wheel. I can't escape it. It haunts me every single day." Lisa reached out, placing a comforting hand on Mr. Jenkins's knee. You didn't mean for it to happen. It was an accident. An accident doesn't take away the guilt, he replied, shaking his head. I should have known better. I was supposed to protect her. Ethan felt a surge of empathy for the old man, despite the horror of his actions. You carried this burden alone for so long, he said softly. Why did you bury the letters? Why not talk about it? I thought I could forget, Mr. Jenkins admitted, his voice trembling. I thought if I hid everything away, maybe the pain would go away too. But it never did. I just kept sinking deeper into my own hell. Lisa's heart ached for him, but she also understood the importance of facing the truth. You've been living in isolation, drowning in guilt, but maybe sharing your story can help you find some peace. Mr. Jenkins looked up, his eyes reflecting a flicker of hope. You think so? I know so, Lisa replied firmly. It won't erase the past, but it can help you start healing. The old man took a deep breath, wiping his tears with the back of his hand. I was terrified of facing the families, of seeing Martha's parents again. They blamed me for everything. They had every right to be angry. Ethan leaned forward, encouraging him. They're not the only ones affected by this. You have a right to share your pain, too. Mr. Jenkins nodded slowly, his expression shifting from despair to determination. I've thought about writing them a letter to apologize, but I never had the courage. It's been years, and the guilt just keeps getting heavier. Then let's write that letter together, Lisa suggested, a determined look in her eyes. You can say what you need to say. It's a step toward healing. As the words settled in the air, Mr. Jenkins looked both relieved and terrified. You really think it will help? Absolutely, Ethan said, feeling a sense of purpose wash over him. It's time to stop burying the past. Let's confront it head on. With newfound resolve, Mr. Jenkins nodded. Okay, let's do it. They moved to the dining room table, and Ethan grabbed a notepad and pen from a nearby drawer. Just speak from the heart. Write what you wish you could have said all those years ago. As Mr. Jenkins began to write, the atmosphere shifted. Each word seemed to lift some of the weight off his shoulders. Lisa and Ethan sat beside him, offering encouragement, allowing him the space to express his guilt, his sorrow, and his longing for forgiveness. I'm so sorry for the pain I caused, he wrote. I can't change what happened, but I need you to know it was never my intention to hurt anyone. I've lived with this regret for so long, and I hope that one day you can find it in your hearts to forgive me. Tears streamed down his face as he continued writing. Ethan felt the intensity of the moment, recognizing the catharsis that was beginning to unfold. This was a significant turning point for Mr. Jenkins, a moment of confrontation that had been decades in the making. After what felt like an eternity, Mr. Jenkins set down the pen, looking drained yet somehow lighter. I can't believe I finally wrote that, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. It feels freeing. Good, Lisa said gently. You've taken a big step tonight, but this is just the beginning. Ethan watched as Mr. Jenkins processed the emotions swirling within him. What do I do now? He asked, a hint of vulnerability in his voice. Now we think about how to deliver it, Ethan said. You could send it, or if you're comfortable, maybe even talk to them in person. It's entirely your choice. Mr. Jenkins contemplated the suggestion, his expression shifting as he considered the possibilities. Maybe I could visit them, he mused, glancing out the window as if envisioning the road ahead. It's terrifying, but it might be what I need. It's a brave decision, Lisa encouraged. Facing them will be tough, but it could also provide the closure you've been searching for. As they sat together in the dim light of the dining room, a new bond formed between them. One forged through vulnerability, understanding, and the shared weight of secrets. In that moment, the walls of isolation began to crumble, revealing a glimmer of hope for Mr. Jenkins and a newfound purpose for Ethan and Lisa. The following days felt surreal for Ethan and Lisa. The weight of the truth they had unearthed hung heavily in the air, but there was also a sense of relief. Mr. Jenkins was finally on the path to confronting his past, and they were honored to be a part of that journey. As they returned to school, the tension between them eased. They found themselves discussing their plans for Mr. Jenkins, the letter, and what his confrontation with Martha's parents would look like. However, the closer they got to the day of reckoning, the more Ethan felt a knot of anxiety tightening in his stomach. We should help him prepare, Lisa suggested one evening, as they gathered in Ethan's living room, the glow of the television flickering in the background. This isn't just a meeting, it's a chance for him to finally let go of his guilt. Ethan nodded, feeling the same mix of hope and dread. What if it doesn't go well? He asked, the worry evident in his voice. Then we'll be there for him, Lisa replied, her determination shining through. We've come this far together. We can't back down now. As the day approached, Ethan and Lisa dedicated their time to supporting Mr. Jenkins. They helped him rehearse his words, encouraging him to express the deep sorrow and regret he had bottled up for years. Each rehearsal brought new emotions to the surface, and Ethan could see the transformation taking place in the old man. Finally, the day arrived. They all agreed to meet at the park near the Wilkins house, a place filled with memories from Mr. Jenkins. The plan was simple. He would walk up to the house, take a deep breath, and share his letter. Ethan and Lisa arrived at the park early, their hearts racing with anticipation. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm glow over the area. Do you think he's ready? Lisa asked, her voice tense with concern. I hope so, Ethan replied, glancing at the road leading to the Wilkins home. This is a big step for him. Minutes passed, each one stretching longer than the last. Just as Ethan began to worry, he spotted Mr. Jenkins approaching, his frame slightly hunched but his expression resolute. He wore a simple gray sweater, his hands nervously clenching a crumpled envelope. Hey, you made it, Ethan called out, trying to inject some optimism into the atmosphere. I almost turned back, Mr. Jenkins admitted, his voice shaking slightly as he approached them. But I couldn't. I have to do this. Let's take it one step at a time, Lisa said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. We're right here with you. They walked together toward the Wilkins house, the weight of the moment settling over them. As they approached the front door, Mr. Jenkins paused, visibly trembling. I can't believe I'm actually here, he whispered. Ethan glanced at the door, which stood ominously closed, and then back at Mr. Jenkins. Just breathe. You've got this. With a deep breath, Mr. Jenkins knocked on the door, the sound echoing in the stillness. A moment later, Mrs. Wilkins opened the door, her expression shifting from surprise to confusion. Mr. Jenkins? She asked, her voice tight with suspicion. Hello, Mrs. Wilkins, he stammered, the emotions washing over him. Can we talk? Mrs. Wilkins hesitated, glancing back into the house before stepping aside. I suppose, she said cautiously, her tone guarded. Please come in. As they entered the home, Ethan felt the air thicken with tension. The living room was filled with framed photographs of Martha, each smile a stark reminder of the life that had been lost. Mr. Jenkins's gaze fell on the images, and for a moment, he looked lost. I'll be right here, Ethan whispered to Lisa, who nodded, her eyes reflecting concern. They stood slightly away, allowing Mr. Jenkins space while remaining ready to support him. I'm so sorry to intrude, Mr. Jenkins began, his voice shaky. I know this must be difficult for you. Mrs. Wilkins crossed her arms, a defensive posture. What do you want, Mr. Jenkins? Taking a deep breath, he pulled the letter from his pocket, trembling as he unfolded it. I wanted to apologize for what happened to Martha. I've lived with the guilt for years, and I know nothing I say can change what happened, but I need you to know how truly sorry I am. Ethan watched as Mrs. Wilkins's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise mingling with pain. You're here to apologize after all this time? She asked, her voice a mix of disbelief and anger. You think that's enough? It's not enough, Mr. Jenkins replied, his voice breaking. But I needed to say it. I wish I could take it back. I was reckless, and I can't change the past, but I want you to know that I've never stopped feeling sorry. Tension crackled in the air as Mrs. Wilkins's defenses began to crack. Tears glistened in her eyes. You were supposed to protect her, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. You promised. I know. He choked out, his own eyes filling with tears. And I failed. I was a coward, hiding away for so long, thinking I could forget. But I can't forget Martha, and I can't forget the pain I caused your family. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Ethan felt a sense of urgency growing, knowing that the moment of truth was hanging in the balance. Then Mrs. Wilkins spoke, her voice trembling. Do you have any idea what it was like to lose her? The void she left? The constant reminder that you were the one behind the wheel. I can only imagine, Mr. Jenkins said, his voice thick with emotion. And I'm so deeply sorry. I didn't just lose a friend. I lost a part of myself that night. I've lived in darkness because of my actions. As they stood there, Ethan felt a shift in the atmosphere. The pain between them was palpable, but so was the potential for understanding. Maybe this is the start of something, he thought, glancing at Lisa, who was holding her breath in anticipation. Mrs. Wilkins's expression softened slightly, but the anger was still evident. You think this will fix everything? That a simple apology will make it all go away? No, Mr. Jenkins said firmly, his voice gaining strength. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't deserve it, but I hope that by sharing this, you can see how sorry I truly am. Tears streamed down Mrs. Wilkins's cheeks as she looked away, struggling with her emotions. I don't know if I can forgive you, she admitted, her voice cracking. But you coming here, it means something. It's a start at least. Mr. Jenkins nodded, understanding the weight of her words. That's all I can ask for. Thank you for hearing me out. Ethan felt a rush of hope for both of them, a glimmer of healing in the air. Perhaps this encounter would pave the way for the closure they all so desperately needed. As they stood in the living room, a fragile truce hung between them, one built on shared pain and the possibility of healing. Ethan knew that while this was just the beginning, it was a step toward facing the darkness that had plagued their lives for far too long. The encounter with Mrs. Wilkins had left a profound impact on all three of them. As Ethan, Lisa, and Mr. Jenkins exited the Wilkins house, the weight of the confrontation hung heavy in the air, mingled with an air of tentative hope. They walked silently toward the park, each lost in their thoughts, the gravity of the moment still fresh in their minds. I can't believe I actually did that, Mr. Jenkins said, breaking the silence, his voice a mix of disbelief and relief. I've been carrying this burden for so long, and now, I've finally spoken the truth. Ethan smiled softly, feeling proud of the old man. You were incredibly brave, Mr. Jenkins. It took a lot of courage to face them. Lisa nodded in agreement. You opened up a dialogue that was long overdue. It might not have been easy, but it was necessary. As they settled onto a park bench, Mr. Jenkins gazed out at the children playing on the swings, their laughter echoing in the background. I wonder if Martha would have been like them, he mused, his eyes misting over. She had so much potential, so much life ahead of her. Ethan felt a pang of sadness for the life that had been cut short. She could have been anything she wanted, he said softly. But her memory will live on, and so will the lessons we learn from this. Mr. Jenkins turned to them, gratitude etched on his face. I don't know how I can ever thank you both. You've helped me confront my past in a way I never thought possible. Just seeing you take that step is enough for us. Lisa replied, her voice filled with warmth. You deserve peace, Mr. Jenkins. But the aftermath of the confrontation wasn't just about Mr. Jenkins. As they continued to talk, Ethan realized he too was grappling with his own emotions. The weight of the events had transformed him, leaving him with a sense of purpose he hadn't felt before. Do you think Mrs. Wilkins will ever really forgive him? Ethan asked, his voice laced with uncertainty. I think it's a process, Lisa replied thoughtfully. Forgiveness doesn't happen overnight. It takes time and healing, and she has a lot to work through, but that doesn't mean they can't find a way to coexist. Mr. Jenkins nodded, his expression somber. I understand that now. I can't expect everything to change just because I spoke my truth. I have to give them space to process, just as I've needed time to face my own demons. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, Ethan felt a sense of closure settling in. The confrontation had been hard, but it was just the beginning of a journey toward healing for all involved. Over the next few weeks, Ethan, Lisa, and Mr. Jenkins continued to meet regularly, discussing not just the aftermath of the encounter, but also their own lives and the lessons learned through this process. They became a makeshift support group, each finding solace in their shared experiences. During one of their meetings, Mr. Jenkins shared a revelation. I've decided to attend a local support group for people dealing with guilt and loss, he announced, his voice steady. I want to understand how others cope with their pain. That's a fantastic idea, Lisa said, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. "It's a way for you to connect with others who understand what you're going through." "I think it's going to help me heal," Mr. Jenkins said, a newfound determination lighting up his features. "I want to honor Martha's memory by living a better life, one that doesn't revolve around guilt and shame." Ethan felt a swell of pride from Mr. Jenkins. "You're turning your pain into something positive. That's inspiring." As days turned into weeks, the trio continued their meetings, discussing their individual journeys, sharing laughter, and supporting one another through challenges. Ethan often found himself reflecting on how far they had all come. The burden of guilt and grief that had once loomed over Mr. Jenkins was beginning to lift, replaced by a sense of purpose and a commitment to honoring the past. One evening, as they sat in the park under a starlit sky, Ethan felt a wave of gratitude for the journey they had embarked on together. "I never expected any of this," he said, glancing at Lisa and Mr. Jenkins. "I thought we were just helping an old man face his demons, but we've created a support system for each other." Lisa smiled, her expression warm and genuine. "That's the beauty of connection. We don't always know how our actions will ripple through others' lives." "I've learned that vulnerability can be a strength," Mr. Jenkins added, his voice filled with sincerity. "Opening up to you both has been one of the most liberating experiences of my life. I finally feel like I'm taking steps toward healing, rather than hiding in shame." Ethan nodded, realizing how their stories intertwined. Each of them had faced their own challenges. Mr. Jenkins with his guilt, Lisa with her insecurities, and Ethan with his quest for purpose. They had all emerged stronger, more connected, and ready to embrace the future. As they sat there, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars, Ethan couldn't help but feel a sense of hope blossoming within him. The darkness that had once surrounded Mr. Jenkins was dissipating, and the three of them were united in a bond that transcended their individual struggles. With the changing seasons came a newfound sense of clarity for Ethan, Lisa, and Mr. Jenkins. The trio had forged an unexpected bond through the painful memories of the past, each step toward healing reminding them of the strength found in vulnerability and connection. Mr. Jenkins's support group meetings became a regular part of his routine. He shared stories of his journey, opening up about the guilt he had carried for so long and the lessons he was learning along the way. Each meeting was a chance for him to connect with others who had faced similar challenges, offering and receiving support as they navigated the path to healing. Ethan and Lisa often joined him, providing encouragement and lending a compassionate ear. They watched as Mr. Jenkins blossomed in his newfound community, surrounded by people who understood the complexities of grief and regret. Slowly but surely, the man who had once hidden from the world began to emerge from his self-imposed isolation. One evening, after a particularly powerful support group session, Mr. Jenkins returned home feeling lighter than he had in years. "I never realized how much sharing my story could help others," he said, his eyes shining with newfound purpose. "It feels like I'm finally honoring Martha's memory by giving voice to my pain." "Absolutely," Lisa replied, her smile radiant. "You're turning your experience into something positive, and that's inspiring for everyone around you." Ethan watched the transformation unfold before him. Mr. Jenkins had become a beacon of resilience, his journey serving as a reminder that healing is a process, one that requires patience and compassion, both for oneself and for others. As spring arrived, so did a sense of renewal. The flowers bloomed, and the world felt vibrant again. One sunny afternoon, Ethan, Lisa, and Mr. Jenkins gathered in the park, surrounded by the fresh scent of blossoms and the laughter of children playing nearby. "I've been thinking," Mr. Jenkins began, a contemplative expression on his face. "Maybe I should reach out to Martha's parents again. I'd like to invite them to a gathering with the support group. It could be a way for us all to connect and find some closure." Ethan exchanged a glance with Lisa, both feeling the weight of the proposal. "That sounds like a significant step," Ethan said, admiration evident in his voice. "You're brave for wanting to do that." "I know it won't be easy," Mr. Jenkins admitted, "but I feel ready. I want them to see that I'm not the same man I was back then. I want to show them that I'm committed to honoring Martha's memory and helping others in the process." Lisa nodded, her eyes shining with encouragement. "That's a beautiful sentiment, Mr. Jenkins. You're creating a legacy of healing. With newfound determination, Mr. Jenkins set to work on drafting an invitation to the Wilkins family. He poured his heart into the letter, expressing his desire to connect with them, to share stories, and to create a space for healing. As he finished the letter, a sense of calm washed over him. For the first time in years, he felt a sense of hope for the future. When the day of the gathering arrived, the air buzzed with anticipation. Mr. Jenkins, Ethan, and Lisa set up chairs in the park, creating a welcoming atmosphere filled with flowers and soft decorations. Friends from the support group arrived, bringing dishes to share, their laughter mingling with the warmth of the sun. As they awaited the Wilkins family, Ethan felt a mix of excitement and nerves. He had witnessed Mr. Jenkins transform into a man ready to face the past. But would Martha's parents be open to this reconciliation? When the Wilkins family arrived, the air thickened with emotion. Mrs. Wilkins looked apprehensive, while Mr. Wilkins wore an expression that suggested a mixture of curiosity and wariness. "Thank you for coming," Mr. Jenkins said, his voice steady yet vulnerable. "I know this is a lot to ask, but I wanted to create a space for us to share and remember Martha." The gathering began slowly, filled with tentative conversations and hesitant laughter. Mr. Jenkins took the lead, sharing stories about Martha, her laughter, her dreams, and the impact she had on his life. As he spoke, the tension in the air began to lift, and the Wilkins family found themselves drawn into the warmth of the memories. Ethan watched as Mr. Jenkins and Mrs. Wilkins began to connect, their shared grief transforming into a budding understanding. They discussed their individual experiences, the pain of loss intertwining with the joy of remembering Martha. "I often think of how she would have wanted us to come together," Mrs. Wilkins said, her voice trembling but filled with warmth. "She had a way of bringing people together, and I believe she would want us to find a way to heal." The gathering blossomed into an unexpected celebration of life, filled with laughter, tears, and shared memories. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in vibrant colors, Ethan realized that they were witnessing something beautiful, a mosaic of healing taking shape before their eyes. As the evening wound down, Mr. Jenkins looked around at the people gathered, a sense of fulfillment washing over him. "Thank you for being here," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "This means more than words can express." Mrs. Wilkins reached out, placing her hand on his. "We've all been through so much, but tonight feels like a step toward healing. Martha would be proud." In that moment, Ethan understood the power of forgiveness and the strength found in vulnerability. They had all faced their demons and emerged stronger together. As they shared a final embrace, Ethan felt a sense of unity that transcended their individual struggles. They were no longer just survivors of their past. They were a community, bound together by shared pain, resilience, and hope. The night closed with laughter and memories lingering in the air, a testament to the healing that had taken place. Ethan knew they had embarked on a new chapter, one filled with the promise of growth, connection, and the courage to face whatever lay ahead. Together, they would continue to navigate their journey, transforming their pain into strength and celebrating the memories of those they had lost. And as they looked toward the future, they knew they would face it together, hand in hand, united by the unbreakable bonds of friendship and healing. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The city was alive with sounds, cars honking, people chatting, and the distant thrum of music drifting from nearby bars. As the clock struck midnight, a heavy fog settled over the streets, cloaking everything in a shroud of mystery. Among the bustling nightlife, Sophia hurried down the dimly lit alley behind her apartment, her heart racing with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Tonight was supposed to be different. She had decided to venture out and enjoy herself after a long week of work, leaving behind the dreariness of her routine. With her friends scattered across the city, she felt free for the first time in ages. But as she pulled her coat tighter against the chill, an unsettling sensation washed over her, an invisible weight pressing down on her, a whisper in her ear that something wasn't right. Sophia had lived in the city for years, and although the nightlife was vibrant, she had learned to navigate its shadows cautiously. Yet, tonight felt different. It wasn't just the fog or the shadows that flickered at the edges of her vision. It was the feeling that someone was watching her. She paused at the end of the alley, glancing over her shoulder, but the street was empty. Shaking off the unease, she stepped into the main street, heading toward her favorite bar. The warm light spilling out onto the sidewalk was inviting, and she quickened her pace, eager to escape the chill of the fog. As she pushed through the bar's heavy door, the familiar sounds of laughter and clinking glasses enveloped her. She spotted her friends huddled at a table in the corner, and relief flooded through her. The night stretched before them, filled with laughter and drinks, a welcome distraction from her worries. But as the night wore on, a persistent feeling nagged at her. The laughter faded into a background hum as she stole glances around the room, scanning the faces in the dim light. There was something, or someone, lurking in the periphery of her mind, and each time she thought she caught sight of a figure out of the corner of her eye, it vanished when she turned her head. When she stepped outside for a breath of fresh air, she spotted a silhouette standing across the street, half hidden in the shadows. It was a man, tall and cloaked in darkness. He was watching her, his face obscured. Sophia's heart raced as she felt a jolt of fear. She quickly ducked back into the bar, trying to shake off the encounter. "Are you okay?" one of her friends asked, noticing her sudden change in demeanor. "Yeah, just a little freaked out," Sophia replied, forcing a smile. "I thought I saw someone outside." "Creepy. Let's get another round," her friend suggested, oblivious to the unease settling in the pit of her stomach. Sophia tried to focus on the conversations around her, but her mind kept drifting back to the stranger in the shadows. She told herself it was just her imagination, a figment of her overactive mind, but the feeling of being watched lingered like an unwelcome guest. As the night came to an end and the bar began to empty, Sophia stepped outside once more, her heart pounding as she scanned the street. The fog had thickened, wrapping around her like a cloak of dread. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart, and began her walk home. The familiar route felt foreign in the fog, the streetlights casting eerie shadows that danced around her. With each step, she felt the hairs on the back of her neck prickling, a sensation that had her glancing over her shoulder every few moments. It wasn't until she reached her apartment building that she saw him again. The same stranger from earlier, leaning casually against the wall, his expression hidden in the darkness. Panic gripped her, and she froze, unsure of what to do. "Hey, Sophia," he called out, his voice smooth and calm, as if they were old friends. "You've been out late tonight." Her heart dropped as his words pierced through the fog. He knew her name. "Who are you?" she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm just someone who's noticed you," he replied, stepping forward, his figure emerging from the shadows. "I see you around often. I thought I'd say hi." Sophia's instinct screamed at her to run, to escape the conversation, but her feet felt glued to the ground. "I don't want to talk to you," she managed to say, taking a step back. "Oh, come on," he said, a smile creeping onto his face that sent a chill down her spine. "I promise I'm harmless. Just curious about you." A rush of anger surged through her. "You're a stranger. How do you know my name?" He shrugged, unfazed. "I see you at the bar, at the coffee shop. You have a routine. It's not hard to connect the dots." "You've been following me?" she accused, her voice rising. "Not following, just observing," he replied coolly, the smile still plastered on his face. "It's a big city, Sophia. Everyone has their routines. I simply happen to notice yours." She took another step back, her heart racing. "I'm calling the police." He chuckled softly, the sound dripping with something sinister. "Go ahead, but what will you tell them? That I know where you go every night? They'll think you're crazy." With a final glance, she turned and bolted toward the entrance of her building, her pulse pounding in her ears. The moment she was through the door, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She rushed up the stairs, her mind racing as she fumbled for her keys, desperate to lock the world outside. Inside her apartment, she slammed the door shut and bolted it, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She leaned against the door, trying to calm the storm of panic swirling inside her. Who was he? What did he want? As she peered through the peephole, her heart sank. The stranger stood there, still, staring up at her window. A chilling thought crept in her mind. He knew exactly where she was every night. The morning light spilled through the curtains, casting a warm glow over Sophia's small apartment. But despite the brightness of the day, an unsettling shadow lingered over her thoughts. She had barely slept, tossing and turning as images of the stranger replayed in her mind. Who was he? What did he want? The questions gnawed at her, a relentless itch she couldn't scratch. Sophia brewed a cup of coffee, her hands trembling slightly as she poured the steaming liquid into her favorite mug, one emblazoned with a quote about strength. She needed to feel strong, to reclaim her sense of safety after the encounter. The familiar scent of coffee helped ease her nerves, and she tried to focus on her day ahead. But as she walked to work, the world felt different. Every passerby was a potential threat. Every rustle of leaves or distant sound sent her heart racing. She couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and she found herself glancing over her shoulder more often than not. As she settled into her desk at the small marketing firm where she worked, Sophia forced herself to concentrate on the tasks at hand. The hum of conversation and the tapping of keyboards provided a comforting background, but her mind remained clouded. She couldn't shake the stranger's unnerving gaze from her thoughts. During her lunch break, Sophia confided in her best friend Mia. "You won't believe what happened last night," she said, her voice low as they sat in the cafe nearby. "There was this guy outside my apartment. He knew my name, Mia. I think he was following me." Mia's brow furrowed with concern. "That's terrifying. Did you call the police?" "No," Sophia replied, shaking her head. "I didn't want to sound crazy. What would I even say? That some random guy was watching me?" "You should definitely report it," Mia insisted. "It's not just random. You need to be careful. What if he's really dangerous?" Sophia bit her lip, torn between fear and the desire to brush it off as an overreaction. "I don't know. Maybe I'm just being paranoid." "Listen to your instincts," Mia urged. "If it doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. Let's change your routine for a bit. Take a different route home tonight." Sophia nodded, grateful for Mia's support. They finished their lunch and returned to work, but Sophia couldn't shake the heaviness in her chest. The idea of changing her routine felt like a small consolation. The fear still hung over her like a dark cloud. As the day stretched on, Sophia found it harder to focus. Each time the office door swung open, her heart skipped a beat. She glanced at the clock, counting down the minutes until she could leave, desperate to return to the safety of her home. When the workday finally came to an end, she headed out with a sense of urgency. Remembering Mia's suggestion, she took a different route home, navigating through unfamiliar streets. The city felt both liberating and disorienting, the throng of people providing a false sense of security. But even as she walked, Sophia felt the prickling sensation return, as if eyes were boring into her back. She turned down another street, glancing around, her mind racing with thoughts of the stranger. It was impossible to shake the feeling that he was still lurking somewhere nearby, watching her every move. After what felt like an eternity, she finally reached her apartment building, her heart pounding in her chest. She hurried inside, relieved to be out of the street. As she approached her door, she noticed something on the ground, a small envelope, neatly folded. Sophia picked it up, her heart racing as she glanced around, half expecting to see the stranger lurking in the shadows. The envelope bore no return address, just her name scrawled in an elegant handwriting that sent a chill down her spine. With trembling hands, she opened it, her breath hitching as she unfolded the paper inside. The words stared back at her. "I know you're trying to avoid me, but you can't run from the truth. Meet me where it all began." Confusion washed over her, mixed with a surge of fear. What did he mean? Where it all began? Panic surged through her, and she quickly crumpled the note, shoving it in her pocket as she hurried into her apartment. She locked the door and leaned against it, her heart racing as she tried to catch her breath. Her mind raced with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. Was he stalking her? What was his endgame? As she paced the small confines of her apartment, the fog of confusion began to clear. The stranger's words echoed in her mind. Maybe she had to confront him, find out who he was and what he wanted. But the thought sent waves of fear coursing through her. What if it was a trap? What if he was dangerous? Sophia sat down on her couch, trying to calm herself. She had to think logically. There had to be a reason behind his words, some clue she was missing. She needed to find out where it all began. The phrase lingered in her thoughts like a puzzle piece waiting to be placed. She closed her eyes, retracing her steps through the past few weeks, searching for something that might connect to his cryptic message. Suddenly, a memory flashed in her mind. A charity event she had attended a month ago at a local community center. She had met a few interesting people there, including a man who had stood out among the crowd. Could that be what he meant? Sophia stood up, determination coursing through her. She couldn't let fear control her life. If this stranger was connected to that night, she would find out the truth. With a newfound sense of purpose, she grabbed her jacket and headed out the door. Tonight, she would confront the mystery head-on. The night air was crisp as Sophia stepped out of her apartment building, her heart racing with a mix of determination and anxiety. She couldn't shake the feeling that the stranger was somehow linked to her past, a past that had been buried under the weight of her daily routine. As she made her way toward the community center, her mind buzzed with questions and fears. The streets were quieter than usual, the hum of the city fading into a distant murmur as she walked. She felt exposed, as if the fog of the previous night had returned, wrapping around her like a shroud. Each footstep echoed in her mind, a constant reminder of the stranger's presence. She was painfully aware that she could be walking into a trap, but the need for answers propelled her forward. When she arrived at the community center, the building loomed before her, its windows darkened as if holding its breath. Memories flooded back, faces, laughter, and the thrill of mingling with strangers. But those memories were tinged with a sense of foreboding now, the shadows of the past intertwined with her current reality. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the heavy door, the creaking sound echoing in the silence. The foyer was empty, and the scent of old wood and stale air filled her lungs. Sophia hesitated, a flicker of doubt creeping in. What if she was wrong? What if the stranger had no connection to the event, and she was just chasing shadows? But before she could second-guess herself, a movement in the corner caught her eye. There he was, the stranger, leaning against the wall, shrouded in the dim light. He looked as calm and collected as he had the night before, his expression inscrutable. "You came," he said, his voice smooth and inviting, yet laced with something unsettling. Sophia forced herself to stand her ground, crossing her arms defiantly. "What do you want?" she demanded, trying to keep her voice steady. "Is that any way to greet an old friend?" he replied, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "I promise I'm not here to harm you. Old friend? I don't even know your name," she shot back, her pulse quickening. "Ah yes, let's rectify that, shall we? I'm Noah," he said, extending his hand in a casual gesture. "And you, Sophia, have caught my attention in a way I didn't expect." Sophia eyed his hand suspiciously, but ultimately shook it, feeling the coolness of his grip. "Why do you keep watching me? What do you want?" Noah's smile faded slightly, replaced by a more serious expression. "I want to help you. I've seen you struggling with things you don't understand, things that stem from that night." Sophia felt a chill run down her spine. "What night?" "The charity event," he said, his gaze piercing into hers. "You were there, and so was I. I noticed you the moment you walked in. There's a lot you don't remember, but I do." Her mind raced as she tried to piece together the fragments of that evening. The excitement, the people, the laughter. But it was all clouded by the haze of memories she couldn't quite grasp. "What do you mean? What happened?" Noah hesitated, as if weighing his words carefully. "There was a moment that night, a confrontation. It involved someone you knew. You've been trying to bury it, but it's affected you ever since." Sophia shook her head, a mixture of disbelief and frustration welling up inside her. "I don't remember any confrontation. I just remember the event." "Exactly," Noah replied, his voice low and urgent. "You've buried it so deep that it's manifesting in other ways. You're being followed by your own fears, your own memories. But I can help you confront it." Her heart pounded in her chest. "Why should I trust you? You're just a stranger who's been watching me." Noah stepped closer, his intensity palpable. "Because I'm the only one who understands what you're going through. I know how it feels to carry the weight of unresolved pain. I know what happened that night, and I can guide you through it." Sophia felt a swell of emotion, confusion, fear, and a flicker of hope. How do I know you're not just lying to me? What if this is some sort of sick game? Noah's expression softened, and he leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. You don't, but I promise you this. If you're willing to take the risk, I can show you the truth. You need to confront what happened to move forward. Sophia's mind raced, caught in a whirlwind of doubt and curiosity. Part of her wanted to run, to escape the unsettling connection she felt with him. But another part was drawn to the promise of answers. Answers that could free her from the prison of fear she had built around herself. Taking a deep breath, she made her decision. What do you want me to do? Noah's eyes sparkled with a mix of relief and excitement. Meet me tomorrow night at the park where the event took place. I'll guide you through the memories. It's time to face what you've been avoiding. Fine, she said, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside. But if this is some sort of trick, I swear. It's not, he interrupted gently. I want to help you. You just have to trust me for a little while longer. Sophia nodded reluctantly, the gravity of the situation settling on her shoulders. As she stepped away from him, she felt a mixture of hope and fear intertwining. The fog had thickened, and she knew she was venturing deeper into the unknown. But for the first time in a long while, she felt a flicker of determination igniting within her. The next night would be crucial. She would confront the shadows of her past, and whether it would lead to freedom or further entrapment remained to be seen. The day crept by slowly for Sophia, each tick of the clock amplifying her anxiety. She tried to focus on her work, but the memories of the previous night consumed her thoughts. Every moment felt like a countdown, building toward the confrontation that awaited her. What would she uncover? Would the truth bring her clarity or deeper turmoil? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the vibrant colors of the sky faded to a deep indigo, wrapping the world in a soft darkness. Sophia's pulse quickened as she prepared to leave for the park, the weight of the unknown heavy on her shoulders. She pulled on her jacket and checked her reflection in the hallway mirror, forcing a determined expression. Tonight, she would be brave. Walking through the familiar streets felt different in the twilight. Shadows lengthened and danced, and the air seemed charged with anticipation. As she neared the park where the charity event had taken place, the nerves in her stomach tightened. The park loomed ahead, its entrance marked by an archway of intertwined branches, creating a tunnel of leaves that whispered secrets in the evening breeze. When she stepped into the park, the world around her transformed. The laughter and chatter from the charity event felt like a distant memory, replaced by the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional chirp of crickets. The once bustling space was now eerily quiet, casting a spell of solitude that amplified her apprehension. Sophia wandered along the winding paths, scanning for Noah. With each passing moment, her anxiety morphed into a palpable fear. What if he didn't show up? What if this was all a mistake? Then, as if summoned by her thoughts, she spotted Noah leaning against a tree near the center of the park. The moonlight highlighted his features, casting a soft glow around him. He looked calm, almost serene, but she could sense an underlying intensity in his posture. "Thank you for coming," he said, pushing away from the tree as she approached. "Are you ready?" She nodded, though her heart raced in her chest. "Ready for what?" "To confront your past," Noah replied, his voice steady. "This is where it all began. We need to revisit the moments you've buried." Sophia's throat tightened. "What do you mean by that?" "I'll guide you through it. You may not remember everything, but your mind does. You have to be open to what comes up, even if it's painful," he explained, his gaze unwavering. With a deep breath, Sophia took a step closer, trying to summon her courage. "Okay, let's do this." Noah led her deeper into the park, their footsteps muffled by the grass beneath them. As they walked, he began to recount the night of the charity event, describing the atmosphere and the people they encountered. "Remember the sound of laughter? The clinking of glasses? You wore a beautiful blue dress," he said, looking at her with an intensity that made her stomach flutter. "You were radiant that night, Sophia." The memory stirred something within her, a flicker of recollection that she couldn't quite grasp. "I remember feeling happy. There were so many people there," she murmured, straining to connect with the feelings of that night. "Yes, but there was also tension. Do you remember someone pulling you aside?" Noah prompted, his eyes searching hers for recognition. Suddenly, a shadow crossed her mind, but the details remained frustratingly elusive. I don't remember. What do you mean? Noah's expression softened, his voice gentle. There was a confrontation between you and someone who meant a lot to you. Someone whose presence was a catalyst for your fears. A wave of nausea washed over Sophia as the words settled. Oh, I don't understand. We'll get there, Noah assured her, placing a hand on her shoulder. But first, I need you to trust your instincts. Close your eyes and let the memories surface. Don't fight it. Despite her reservations, Sophia closed her eyes, focusing on her breath. She tried to quiet the noise in her mind and concentrate on the moment. The laughter, the warmth of the room, the excitement in the air. As she did, she felt a pull, a thread unraveling in her consciousness. Suddenly, images began to flicker behind her closed eyelids. She saw herself at the event, smiling, chatting with guests. And then, a flash of anger. Someone was standing too close, their face twisted with frustration. Sophia's heart raced as she strained to remember, but the scene felt just out of reach. Let it come, Sophia, Noah urged softly. You're safe. The sensation of safety anchored her, and she allowed herself to dive deeper into the memory. The figure loomed larger, and as the anger escalated, she felt a pang of recognition. It was someone she had trusted, someone who had turned on her. As her eyes fluttered open, panic washed over her. I remember someone getting angry, but I can't see their face. That's a good start, Noah encouraged. Focus on the feelings. What were you feeling in that moment? Sophia's heart pounded as she recalled the confusion and betrayal. I felt trapped, like I had to defend myself, but I didn't understand why they were angry. Noah nodded, his expression serious. And that feeling, that sense of being trapped, is what has followed you since. It's manifesting in the stranger's presence now. You've been avoiding facing this conflict. But I don't want to face it, she exclaimed, frustration bubbling to the surface. It hurt too much then, and it still does. I know it's painful, Noah replied, his tone firm yet compassionate. But facing it is the only way to free yourself. You have to confront the truth, Sophia. The only way out is through. Tears welled in Sophia's eyes as she fought against the weight of her emotions. I don't know if I can do this. You can, he assured her. Take a deep breath and let it all out. You're stronger than you think. Sophia inhaled deeply, steadying herself. Okay, I'll try. Let's go back to that moment then. Picture yourself standing in that room, facing that person. What do you want to say to them? Noah prompted, his voice a soothing balm. Sophia closed her eyes again, immersing herself in the memory. She imagined herself standing face to face with the figure, feeling the weight of the moment pressing down on her. I want to know why you turned on me. I thought you were my friend. As she spoke, a rush of emotion flooded her. Anger, betrayal, confusion. The memory expanded, filling her with the weight of unresolved feelings. The atmosphere shifted, and she felt a surge of power. Good. Now picture them hearing you, Noah urged. Let your voice carry the truth. I never wanted to hurt you. I just wanted to be honest, she shouted into the darkness of her mind, letting the words echo through her consciousness. The scene around her shifted. She felt the walls of the room closing in, her heart racing as she recalled the betrayal vividly. The anger that had simmered for so long surged to the surface, and she allowed herself to feel it fully. No more running, she declared, her voice steady. I will not let you control my life anymore. The weight of her words hung in the air, and as she opened her eyes, she found Noah watching her with an approving smile. See? You did it. You faced the moment. Sophia felt a wave of relief wash over her. The confrontation had been cathartic, and for the first time, she felt lighter. But I still don't know who it was. Not yet, Noah said, placing a hand on her back as they began to walk again. But tonight was about breaking the hold that memory has over you. The more you confront these feelings, the clearer the truth will become. As they continued through the park, the night air felt charged with possibility. The burden of fear was still there, but it was starting to lift, replaced by a growing sense of empowerment. She was ready to face whatever lay ahead, ready to unveil the secrets of her past. The following day passed in a blur for Sophia. Her mind replayed the events of the night before, the confrontation with her past echoing like a haunting melody. She felt lighter, but the shadows of uncertainty still lingered in the corners of her thoughts. Noah had sparked something within her, but she knew there were still many pieces to the puzzle yet to uncover. As night fell again, Sophia found herself standing before her bedroom mirror, trying to prepare mentally for the next meeting with Noah. She dressed carefully, choosing a simple black jacket and jeans, wanting to feel grounded yet confident. This wasn't just about confronting the past, it was about reclaiming her future. When she arrived at the park, a sense of urgency washed over her. Each step felt heavier, and the familiar path now seemed fraught with tension. The night was still, the trees whispering softly in the breeze, but there was an electric charge in the air that promised revelations. Noah was already waiting for her, leaning against the same tree where they had met before. He looked up as she approached, his expression serious yet encouraging. "Are you ready to dig deeper?" he asked, his tone hinting at the weight of the task ahead. Sophia nodded, swallowing her anxiety. "What do we do tonight?" "Tonight, we start piecing together the fragments of your memories. We'll explore the connections to the person who confronted you at the event," he explained. "I want you to think of this as an investigation. We'll find clues that may help you remember who it was." Sophia felt a surge of determination. "Let's do it." Noah led her to a secluded area of the park, where the trees formed a natural circle, casting intricate shadows on the ground. "Sit here," he said, gesturing to a fallen log that served as a makeshift bench. "Take a moment to center yourself." As she settled on the log, she closed her eyes and focused on her breathing. She needed clarity. She needed to connect with the emotions that had surfaced the night before. "Imagine you're standing at that charity event again," Noah prompted. "This time look around. What do you see? Who do you notice?" Sophia envisioned the bustling atmosphere, the guests mingling, laughter ringing through the air. As she allowed the memory to unfold, her heart raced. There was something familiar in the crowd, a sense of danger lurking beneath the surface. "Anyone stand out?" Noah asked softly. "Yes, there was someone, a woman," she replied, her heart pounding as she pushed through the fog. "I can't see her face, but she was there. She seemed angry, like she was searching for me." "Good. Focus on her. What was she wearing? What do you remember about her?" Noah encouraged. Sophia strained to recall the details, feeling the tension build. "She wore a red dress. It was striking. I remember thinking it was beautiful, but she looked furious." "What do you think made her angry?" Noah pressed, his voice steady and soothing. Sophia's mind raced. "I don't know. I was talking to someone, and then I noticed her watching me. There was something about the way she looked at me, like she knew something I didn't." "Keep going. You're on the right track," Noah urged. Suddenly, a memory flashed before her eyes, a moment frozen in time. She recalled herself standing in front of a large table filled with food, laughing with a colleague when she sensed someone approaching from behind. The atmosphere shifted, a palpable tension hanging in the air. "She came up to me," Sophia murmured, her heart racing as she spoke. "She said something, but I can't remember what." "That's okay. Let's dig deeper," Noah replied. "What did you feel when she approached?" "Fear," Sophia whispered, her breath catching. "I felt like I was being cornered. She was furious, and I didn't understand why." "Excellent," Noah said, his voice low. "Now, visualize her more clearly. What was her expression? What were her eyes saying?" Sophia concentrated, trying to pull the image into focus. Her eyes were dark, full of anger. I felt like she was accusing me of something. It was like I had done something wrong without even knowing. Noah nodded, encouraging her to push further. "What happened next? What did she say to you?" As she tried to unravel the memory, a wave of frustration washed over her. "I can't remember. It's like trying to catch smoke with my bare hands." "Sometimes memories are elusive," he replied, his voice steady. "But there's a way to unlock them. You need to embrace the feeling she stirred in you. Think about what could have caused that confrontation. Who were you talking to?" Sophia's mind raced, desperately searching for the answer. "I was talking to David," she suddenly exclaimed, the name bursting forth with clarity. "He was my colleague, and I had just gotten a promotion." She was probably angry because of that. Who was David to her? Noah asked, his eyes narrowing with interest. I don't know. Maybe he was someone she liked or had a crush on. I remember them talking once, but I didn't think much of it at the time, she replied, confusion lacing her voice. Noah leaned closer, his expression serious. Think about it, Sophia. If she was angry with you, it's likely because she felt threatened or betrayed. What was your relationship with David like? Sophia felt her heart race. We were just friends, but I think she thought it was more than that. Maybe she thought I was taking him away from her. Interesting, Noah mused, jotting down notes in a small notebook he had brought. This is crucial information. It could explain why she confronted you. Sophia's mind whirred with possibilities. But why would it matter so much? It was just a promotion. Why would she care? Jealousy can lead people to act irrationally, Noah explained. It can provoke strong emotions and desperate actions. Let's delve deeper into your connection with David. Did anything else happen that might have contributed to her anger? I remember a few weeks before the event, Sophia said slowly, her brow furrowing as she tried to recall. David and I worked late one night on a project. He was so supportive. I guess I didn't notice her around then. Was there any tension between you and David? Noah probed. No, we were just working together. He was helping me, but I guess maybe she thought there was something more. Sophia mused, frustration mingling with confusion. Noah tapped his pen against his notebook, deep in thought. It's possible she was misinterpreting your relationship. Let's take a moment to reflect. How did you feel about David during that time? Sophia's heart raced as she considered her feelings. I admired him. He was intelligent and driven, but I didn't think of him romantically. I just wanted to succeed at work. Think back to the charity event. When you saw her angry, how did it affect your feelings for David? Noah pressed gently. The question hung in the air, and Sophia felt a knot forming in her stomach. I felt embarrassed, like I was caught in something I didn't understand. I wanted to distance myself from David to avoid conflict. That's a natural instinct, Noah said, his voice calm. But by doing so, you might have fueled her anger. Let's not forget that unresolved emotions have a way of resurfacing. Sophia swallowed hard, anxiety bubbling within her. So, what do I do now? Now we need to connect the dots. I want you to write down everything you can remember about that night, about David, and about your interactions with her. Sometimes putting it on paper helps solidify the memories, Noah suggested. Sophia nodded, her mind racing with a mix of fear and determination. Okay, I'll try. As she wrote, her heart raced, the puzzle pieces slowly coming together. Memories of laughter, tension, and confusion swirled in her mind, but a sense of clarity began to emerge. With each word she penned, the weight of the past felt a little lighter. Noah observed her closely, sensing the shift within her. You're doing great. Each revelation brings you closer to the truth. I hope so, she replied, glancing up at him. But what if I don't remember everything? That's all right. This process takes time. The important thing is to keep moving forward, he encouraged. As they continued to talk, the pieces of the puzzle began to fit together. Sophia felt the fog of uncertainty lifting, revealing a clearer path toward the truth. She was ready to confront the anger and pain that had haunted her for too long. But as the night deepened, a chilling realization settled in. With every layer of the past she uncovered, she felt the stranger's presence grow stronger. The unsettling feeling of being watched crept back, igniting her fears anew. Who was the woman in the red dress? What did she want? And how was all of this connected to the stranger who seemed to know her every move? With each answer she uncovered, new questions emerged, and Sophia knew she was only beginning to unravel the complex web of her past. The night was far from over, and the challenge ahead felt monumental. As the days turned into a blur of reflections and late-night writing sessions, Sophia found herself enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions. The mystery surrounding the woman in the red dress loomed larger than ever, and the lingering presence of the stranger filled her thoughts like a dark cloud. Noah's guidance had opened doors to her past she never knew existed, but each revelation came with its own set of challenges. With a sense of urgency, Sophia decided to reach out to David. She had avoided contacting him since that fateful night at the charity event, but now she needed clarity. Was he connected to the woman? Did he know something she didn't? The uncertainty gnawed at her, propelling her forward. After a moment of hesitation, she sent him a text. "Hey David, can we talk? There's something important I need to discuss." To her surprise, David responded almost immediately. "Sure, let's meet at our old coffee shop. How about tomorrow at 3 p.m.? Sophia felt a rush of apprehension mixed with relief. This was her chance to confront the past, to uncover the truth behind the shadows that had haunted her since that night. She spent the remainder of the day in a mix of excitement and dread, her mind racing with potential scenarios. The following afternoon, she arrived at the coffee shop, a small, cozy place that had once been a second home during her university days. The familiar scent of freshly brewed coffee wafted through the air, but today, it felt different, tainted by anxiety and unresolved tension. David was already seated at a corner table, scrolling through his phone. He looked up as she approached, a warm smile breaking across his face. "Sophia, it's been a while. How have you been?" "Hey David, I've been okay," she replied, her voice slightly strained as she took a seat across from him. "Thanks for meeting me." "Of course. What's on your mind?" he asked, concern etching itself into his features. Sophia took a deep breath, trying to steady her racing heart. "I wanted to talk about the charity event and the woman in the red dress." David's expression shifted, a flicker of recognition passing over his face. "Oh, her." He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "What about her?" "I've been trying to remember everything that happened that night. Do you know who she is? Why she seems so angry?" Sophia probed, hoping to uncover the truth that had eluded her. David hesitated, glancing around the coffee shop as if searching for the right words. "Well, her name is Claire. She and I dated briefly a while back. I didn't think she would show up at the event, honestly. Things didn't end well between us." Sophia's heart raced. "Did she ever mention me?" David's brow furrowed. "Not directly, but I could tell she wasn't thrilled about me hanging out with you. She was possessive, to say the least." The realization hit her hard. "So, she was angry because of our friendship?" "Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we were working together a lot, and I think she felt threatened by that," he admitted, his tone heavy with regret. "I never meant for it to happen. We were just colleagues." Sophia's mind whirled as she processed his words. "But why would she confront me like that?" It felt aggressive. David's eyes darkened. Claire had a way of escalating situations. When she felt threatened, she could be volatile. "I wouldn't be surprised if she saw you as a rival." Sophia bit her lip, her heart pounding in her chest. "Did you ever feel like she was a danger to me? Or to anyone else?" David sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Not physically, but emotionally. Yes, she was unpredictable. If she felt cornered, she could lash out in ways you wouldn't expect." A chill ran down Sophia's spine. "And you didn't think to warn me?" "I didn't think it would come to that. It was a charity event, for God's sake. I thought we were all there to support a good cause," he replied defensively, frustration evident in his voice. "But you knew she was unstable," Sophia countered, her voice rising slightly. "Why didn't you say anything?" "I didn't want to stir up drama. I thought if I just ignored it, it would all blow over," David said, his expression softening. "I'm really sorry, Sophia. I never wanted to put you in danger." The weight of his apology hung heavy in the air, and Sophia felt a mix of anger and understanding. "I appreciate you telling me this, but I need to know more. What else do you remember about her?" David's gaze drifted, his expression thoughtful. "Claire was ambitious, like you. She had big dreams, and when I didn't support her like she wanted, it turned ugly. She became more fixated on control and less on being a partner. It was exhausting." Sophia felt a pang of empathy for him. "I can understand that. But what did she want from you? Was she jealous of my success?" "I think so. When I started working closely with you, she felt like I was moving on without her," David admitted, his voice heavy with regret. "I should have been more careful. I never wanted to hurt anyone." "Did you ever think she might try to sabotage things? Or that she'd confront me?" Sophia pressed, urgency creeping into her voice. David shook his head slowly. "Not really. But the way she reacted to things, it made me realize I should have taken her feelings more seriously. She had a lot of unresolved issues from her past." Sophia leaned back in her chair, the pieces of the puzzle starting to fit into place. "And what about the stranger? Do you think Claire could have anything to do with him? David's expression turned serious. What stranger? Sophia hesitated, wondering how much to reveal. I've been seeing someone. Someone? Who? David interrupted, concern flashing in his eyes. Just someone I've noticed around, but he seems to know things about me. I don't understand it, and it's unnerving, she admitted, her heart racing. I thought it might be connected to Claire. David's brows furrowed in worry. What do you mean? How does he know things? I don't know. It's like he's following me or something. He knows where I am, who I'm with. Sophia's voice trailed off, the weight of her fears settling heavily in the air. This isn't good, Sophia. You need to be careful, David warned, his tone turning grave. If Claire is unstable and there's someone else involved, you could be in real danger. The gravity of his words settled over her like a heavy blanket. What do I do? She whispered, panic rising within her. First, let's get you safe. I can help. We can talk to someone about this, maybe even the police if it gets serious. But we need to figure out what's going on with Claire first. I can reach out to some mutual friends, see if anyone has heard from her lately, David offered, his protective instincts kicking in. Sophia nodded, feeling both comforted and terrified. Thank you. I just don't want to feel this way anymore. I want to move forward, but it's like I'm being pulled back. Let's work together. We'll figure this out, David assured her. You're not alone in this. As they spoke, Sophia felt a flicker of hope spark within her. With David's support, she could unravel the tangled web of her past and confront the shadows that loomed ahead. But as the conversation continued, an unsettling thought crept into her mind. Was Claire really the only threat? Or was there a darker force lurking in the background, waiting for the right moment to strike? The tension hung in the air as they finished their drinks, but Sophia knew that this was only the beginning. She had to confront Claire, discover the truth, and ultimately protect herself from whatever danger awaited her. That night, as Sophia lay in bed, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The darkness outside felt oppressive, the shadows twisting in ways that made her heart race. Had Claire turned into a more significant threat than she had realized? And who was the stranger that seemed to know her every move? Sophia's resolve strengthened. She was determined to take control of her life and confront the challenges that lay ahead. But little did she know, the answer she sought would lead her down a path filled with unexpected twists, hidden truths, and a confrontation that would change everything. The morning light filtered through Sophia's window, casting a golden hue across her bedroom. Despite the warmth of the sun, a chill lingered in the pit of her stomach. She had barely slept, her mind replaying the conversation with David and the unsettling thoughts about Claire and the stranger. As she prepared for the day, she resolved to take control of her situation. Ignoring the fears that gnawed at her would no longer be an option. Sophia's first task was to investigate the woman in the red dress further. She rummaged through her old notes from the charity event, looking for any additional clues that might provide insight into Claire's background or motivations. The more she learned, the better equipped she would be to handle whatever came next. Hours passed as she delved into social media accounts and public records, piecing together fragments of Claire's life. It soon became evident that Claire was a complicated person, one whose ambition often overshadowed her relationships. A quick search revealed that she had a history of tumultuous partnerships, both personal and professional. It was the kind of profile that hinted at deep-seated insecurities and a desire for control. Frustration welled up inside Sophia. Why hadn't David told her more? She understood that he didn't want to dwell on the past, but knowing Claire's patterns might have helped her navigate the potential dangers ahead. Just then, a notification chimed on her phone, breaking her focus. It was a text from an unknown number. "I see you, Sophia. You're not as hidden as you think." Her heart raced. This felt too ominous, too pointed. She quickly scanned her surroundings, checking the windows and doors to ensure she was still alone. Was this from the stranger? Or could it be Claire trying to intimidate her? Feeling an overwhelming surge of anxiety, Sophia decided to confide in David again. If she was being watched, she couldn't face it alone. She quickly typed a message. "David, I think something's really wrong. I just got a strange text, and I don't know what to do." His response came swiftly. "Meet me at the park in an hour. We'll figure this out." Sophia grabbed her coat, her mind racing with possibilities. The park was a safe place, a public space where they could talk without fear of being overheard. But the urgency of the situation clawed at her, making the minutes feel like hours as she rushed to get there. When she arrived, David was already waiting by a bench, his face etched with concern. "You okay?" he asked, scanning her expression. "I don't know," Sophia admitted, her voice trembling slightly. "I got a text from an unknown number. It said, 'I see you.'" It felt threatening. David's brow furrowed in worry. "That's not good. Have you considered changing your number? We can also involve the police if you think it's serious enough." "I don't want to overreact, but I'm scared," Sophia confessed, her vulnerability spilling over. "This isn't just about Claire anymore. It feels bigger than that. Let's not jump to conclusions just yet. We need to focus on Claire first," David suggested. "Have you tried reaching out to her? Maybe she can clear up some of this confusion." Sophia frowned. Confronting her could backfire. What if she really is unstable? Or what if she's involved in something more dangerous? True, but ignoring it won't make it go away. "Maybe we can approach this carefully," David proposed, determination creeping into his voice. "Let's find out where she's been hiding." With a plan forming in their minds, Sophia felt a surge of adrenaline. They decided to visit a mutual friend, Jenna, who had worked with Claire on several projects. If anyone could provide insight into Claire's recent behavior, it was her. The two made their way to Jenna's apartment, which was conveniently located just a few blocks away. As they approached, Sophia's heart raced with anticipation. Would Jenna have answers? Or would she add more questions to the pile? When they knocked on the door, Jenna greeted them with a friendly smile, though it quickly faded as she noticed the seriousness of their expressions. "Hey, what's going on?" she asked, concern lining her voice. Sophia took a deep breath, ready to divulge everything. "We need to talk about Claire. I think something's wrong with her, and we need to know if you've heard from her." Jenna's eyes widened, a flicker of alarm passing through her. "Claire? No, I haven't seen her in weeks. She's been acting really strange. I thought she was just busy with work, but I don't know. I have this feeling that something's off." "What do you mean?" David pressed, leaning forward in his seat. "Well, she started withdrawing from our group, stopped answering texts, and then she suddenly canceled a bunch of plans. It was like she just vanished," Jenna explained, her brow furrowing. "I thought maybe she was going through something personal, but now I'm starting to worry." Sophia exchanged glances with David. "What about her family? Have you reached out to them?" Jenna shook her head. "I don't have her contact info, but I know she has a sister, I think. They weren't close, though. I heard Claire mention it once." "Could you check if there's any way to reach her? Maybe she'll know what's going on," David suggested, urgency creeping into his tone. "I can try," Jenna agreed, pulling out her phone. "But in the meantime, have you guys seen anything unusual? I feel like I've been on edge lately, too. Like someone's watching me." Sophia's heart sank at Jenna's words. "That's exactly how I feel. I got a threatening text today, and it seems like things are escalating. Do you think it's related to Claire?" "I wouldn't be surprised," Jenna admitted, her voice low. She always had this possessive streak, especially with people she felt threatened by. And with everything that's happened at the charity event, it makes sense she'd feel cornered. Sophia's thoughts raced, connecting the dots. Could Claire be behind these strange occurrences? Or the stranger I've seen around? David's expression darkened. "We need to be cautious. If Claire feels threatened, she could lash out. We don't know how far she's willing to go." The conversation turned into a whirlwind of ideas and fears, each revelation amplifying the tension in the room. They discussed possible scenarios and strategies for dealing with Claire, including whether or not to involve the police. Finally, Jenna spoke up. "I'll try reaching out to her sister and see if I can get any information. In the meantime, keep your guard up, don't go anywhere alone, and let us know if you notice anything strange." Sophia nodded, feeling the weight of Jenna's words settle heavily in her chest. "Thank you. I just want to feel safe again." As they left Jenna's apartment, a sense of unease lingered in the air. Sophia couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that the shadows were creeping closer with each passing moment. Back at home, she locked the doors and pulled the curtains tight, desperate for a sense of security. But even as she tried to relax, her phone buzzed again with a message from the unknown number. "I'm always watching, Sophia. Don't think you can escape. Panic surged within her, and she dropped her phone onto the couch, her heart racing. The walls felt like they were closing in, and the world outside faded into an ominous silence. How could she confront the growing darkness surrounding her? She had to find out who was behind the messages, and more importantly, she needed to confront Claire before things spiraled out of control. The clock was ticking, and Sophia knew she had to act fast. Sophia's heart thundered as she paced her living room, the weight of the unknown pressing heavily on her chest. The ominous messages from the stranger gnawed at her, forcing her into a corner of fear and anxiety. Time was running out, and she felt a growing urgency to confront Claire before things escalated any further. She could no longer allow herself to be a passive observer. She needed to take action. The next day, Sophia decided to pay a visit to the cafe where Claire often worked. The familiar aroma of coffee and pastries filled the air as she entered, but it did little to soothe her racing heart. She scanned the room, looking for any sign of Claire. The hum of conversation around her faded into white noise as she spotted Claire seated in a corner, her eyes fixed on her laptop, oblivious to the world around her. Sophia took a deep breath and approached, steeling herself for what was to come. As she neared, she noticed how Claire's usually vibrant demeanor appeared drained. Her once perfectly styled hair looked disheveled, and there were dark circles under her eyes, a stark contrast to the woman who had once exuded confidence and charm. "Claire," Sophia said, her voice steady but filled with underlying tension. "Can we talk?" Claire looked up, her expression shifting from surprise to guardedness. "Sophia, I didn't expect to see you here." Sophia felt a surge of determination. "I need to understand what's going on. Things have been strange lately, and I think you know something." Claire hesitated, glancing around as if checking for eavesdroppers. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice low. "I've been getting messages, and I think they're connected to you." Sophia pressed, her eyes locked on Claire's. "I need to know the truth." Claire's eyes widened, and for a moment, Sophia thought she saw fear flash across her face. "I don't know what you're talking about," Claire replied, but her voice trembled slightly. "Don't play games with me, Claire. I've seen the way you've been acting. You've cut everyone off, and now I'm feeling the repercussions. What's going on?" Sophia urged, desperation creeping into her voice. Claire shifted uncomfortably in her seat, her gaze drifting toward the window. "You don't understand. It's complicated." "Try me," Sophia insisted, feeling a sense of urgency rising within her. "This isn't just about you anymore. It's affecting me, and I want to help you, but I need you to be honest." Finally, Claire sighed, her shoulders slumping as she seemed to surrender to the weight of the truth. "I didn't want you to get involved. I thought I could handle it on my own." "What is it?" Sophia asked, her heart pounding as she sensed a breakthrough. Claire leaned in closer, her voice barely above a whisper. "There's someone I've been dealing with, someone who doesn't take rejection well. I thought if I just distanced myself, they would leave me alone." Sophia's stomach dropped. "Who? Is this the person sending me messages?" Claire shook her head. "No, not them. This is someone different, someone from my past. I didn't think they would find me here, but I've been getting threats. I thought it was over, but it's come back to haunt me." Sophia's mind raced, trying to connect the dots. "Why didn't you tell anyone? Why didn't you reach out for help?" "I was embarrassed," Claire admitted, tears glistening in her eyes. "I thought I could handle it alone, but it spiraled out of control. And now I've dragged you into it. I'm so sorry." "Sorry isn't enough, Claire. We need to figure this out before it gets worse," Sophia said firmly. "We can't let this person intimidate us. We need to take a stand." Claire nodded, the fear in her eyes slowly giving way to determination. "You're right. I can't keep running from this." Just then, the cafe door swung open, and a figure stepped inside. Sophia's heart skipped a beat as she recognized the stranger she had seen before. He moved with an unsettling confidence, scanning the cafe until his gaze locked onto them. "Claire," he called, his voice smooth but laced with menace. "There you are. I was hoping to catch you." Panic surged through Sophia as she glanced at Claire, whose face had turned pale. "Stay calm," Sophia whispered, gripping Claire's hand tightly. "Who is he?" Claire asked, her voice barely audible. "He's the one," Sophia replied, her voice steady despite the rising tension. "We need to confront him together." As the stranger approached, Sophia felt a surge of protectiveness. They couldn't let him intimidate them. They had to stand their ground. "Nice to see you again, Claire," he said, his tone dripping with condescension. "I thought you were hiding. It's a shame to see you with someone else." Sophia stepped forward, narrowing her eyes. "What do you want?" The stranger smirked, glancing between the two women. "Just a friendly chat, Claire, and I have unfinished business." "Your business ends here," Sophia shot back, her voice unwavering. "You can't keep threatening her." His expression shifted slightly, irritation flickering across his features. "You don't know who you're dealing with, do you? I have my ways of getting what I want." With each word he spoke, Sophia felt a chilling dread settle over her. The stranger was dangerous, and he thrived on intimidation. But she couldn't let him know how scared she truly was. "We're not afraid of you," Sophia declared, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. "You need to leave her alone." A sinister smile crept across his face, and he leaned closer, his breath cold against Sophia's ear. "You should be afraid. I know everything about both of you. You think you can protect her? You have no idea what I'm capable of." In that moment, the weight of his words settled in the air like a heavy fog. Sophia's pulse quickened, and she felt Claire's hand tremble in her grip. This was the moment of truth. Would they stand together, or would they crumble under the pressure? "We're stronger than you think," Claire said suddenly, her voice filled with newfound resolve. "I won't let you control me any longer." The stranger's smile faltered, surprise flickering in his eyes. "You think you can just walk away from this? You're not the one calling the shots here." Sophia took a deep breath, sensing a shift in the dynamic. "You're right. We're not calling the shots, but we will fight back. If you continue to threaten us, we will go to the police. You can't keep doing this." The stranger's demeanor darkened as his eyes narrowed. "You don't know who you're messing with." "But we know enough," Sophia replied, standing tall. "And we're not afraid to stand up for ourselves." As tension hung in the air, the cafe patrons began to glance over, their curiosity piqued. The stranger glanced around, clearly unsettled by the growing audience. With a sneer, he took a step back, raising his hands in mock surrender. "Fine, I'll give you your space," he said, his voice dripping with disdain. "But don't think this is over. You'll regret crossing me." With that, he turned and strode out of the cafe, leaving a trail of anxiety in his wake. The moment he was gone, Sophia felt a wave of relief wash over her, but it was quickly replaced by the adrenaline of the confrontation. "Did we just—" Claire started, her voice shaking. "We stood up to him," Sophia finished, feeling a mixture of triumph and dread. "But we have to stay vigilant. This isn't over yet." They exchanged a determined glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. They had taken a step toward reclaiming their power, but the battle was far from finished. As they left the cafe, the weight of the unknown loomed over them. The stranger's threat lingered like a shadow, but they were ready to face whatever came next. Together, they would uncover the truth and confront the darkness that had invaded their lives. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the city as Sophia and Claire walked home, the weight of the confrontation still fresh in their minds. They hadn't just faced a threat, they had taken a stand, and that realization fueled their determination. But beneath the surface, a gnawing anxiety lingered, like a dark cloud hovering just out of reach. As they approached Sophia's apartment building, a sudden chill swept through the air. She glanced at Claire, whose face was pale but resolute. "We need to come up with a plan," Sophia said, unlocking the door to her apartment. "This can't just be a one-time stand. We have to be proactive." Claire nodded, stepping inside as Sophia turned on the lights. The soft glow illuminated the living room, casting a warm ambience that contrasted sharply with the tension still thrumming in the air. "What do you suggest?" Claire asked, her voice steady but tinged with uncertainty. Sophia sank into the couch, rubbing her temples as she tried to gather her thoughts. "We need to document everything, the messages, the encounters. We can't let this go unnoticed. If we go to the police, we need solid evidence." Claire took a seat across from her, leaning forward with a look of determination. "I can start gathering all the messages I've received. We should also reach out to others who might have seen or heard anything unusual. Good idea, Sophia agreed, her mind racing with possibilities. And we should create a timeline of events, making sure to include every detail, no matter how small. This person needs to see that we're not going to be easy targets. As they brainstormed, Sophia felt a sense of camaraderie growing between them. They were no longer just friends. They were allies in a battle against an unseen enemy. But as the evening wore on, Sophia couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. She brushed it off as paranoia, the result of their recent encounter, but it gnawed at her nonetheless. Later that night, as they settled into the rhythm of their new plan, Claire's phone buzzed. They both jumped, and Claire quickly reached for it. Her face paled as she read the message, and Sophia's heart sank at the sight of her friend's expression. "What is it?" Sophia asked, her voice tense with concern. "It's him," Claire whispered, her voice trembling. "He just sent me a picture." "Show me," Sophia urged, feeling a cold sweat break out on her forehead. Claire hesitated, but then turned the phone towards Sophia. The image was grainy but unmistakable, a photo of their apartment building taken from across the street, the warm light of their living room spilling out into the darkened night. "They're watching us," Sophia realized, her pulse quickening. "We need to call the police," Claire said urgently, her fingers shaking as she typed. "This is getting out of hand." "No," Sophia replied, her voice firm. "Not yet. We need to gather more evidence first. If we go to the police now without solid proof, they might dismiss us. Let's document everything we can before we involve them." Claire nodded reluctantly, though fear flickered in her eyes. "Okay, but we need to stay alert. I can't shake this feeling of dread." "Me neither," Sophia admitted, trying to remain calm. "Let's set up some cameras and keep track of everything. We'll be proactive and vigilant." As the night wore on, they worked together to install cameras at strategic points around the apartment. With each click of the camera, a sense of unease settled over them. They were now on high alert, ready to face whatever threat loomed in the shadows. Eventually, exhaustion set in, and they retreated to the couch, the weight of the day pressing heavily on their shoulders. "We'll get through this," Sophia reassured Claire, though her own heart felt heavy with uncertainty. Claire leaned her head against Sophia's shoulder, her breath shaky. "I just want this to be over. I want to feel safe again." "I know," Sophia replied softly, "and we will. We just need to stay strong and stick together." Hours passed, and the shadows deepened outside their window. Sophia tried to keep her eyes open, but fatigue was slowly winning. Just as she felt herself drifting off, Claire's phone buzzed again, jolting both of them awake. "What now?" Claire groaned, reaching for the phone. "I don't know," Sophia said, her heart racing. "Check it." As Claire read the new message, her face twisted with confusion and dread. "It's another picture, but this one, it's a close-up of me." "What do you mean?" Sophia asked, anxiety knotting in her stomach. "Let me see." Claire turned the phone around, and there it was, a photo taken from inside their apartment, capturing Claire sitting on the couch with her head leaning against Sophia's shoulder, blissfully unaware. The background was slightly blurred, but there was no mistaking the intimacy of the moment. "What the hell?" Sophia breathed, her mind racing. "This is sick. He's been in here." "I didn't hear anything," Claire whispered, fear gripping her heart. "What if he's still here?" They both froze, scanning the dark corners of the apartment, as if expecting him to emerge from the shadows. The atmosphere crackled with tension, and Sophia felt every instinct within her scream for action. "We need to get out of here," she said, adrenaline surging through her veins. "Now!" They scrambled to gather their things, heartbeats pounding in synchrony as they moved. Sophia's mind raced with possibilities, fear intertwining with determination. They had to leave this apartment and find safety, somewhere they could regroup and formulate a plan. As they reached the door, a chilling sound echoed through the silence, a soft, mocking laugh that sent shivers down Sophia's spine. She turned to Claire, who looked as if she had seen a ghost. "It's him," Claire whispered, her voice barely audible. Panic surged through Sophia as she flung open the door, both of them rushing into the hallway. They needed to get outside, to escape the nightmare that had invaded their lives. But as they reached the stairwell, they paused, hearts racing at the realization that they were not alone. In the dim light, a figure stood at the bottom of the stairs, a shadowy silhouette that sent dread coursing through Sophia's veins. It was the stranger, his smile wide, eyes glinting with malice. "Where do you think you're going?" he taunted, his voice dripping with satisfaction. Sophia felt Claire's grip tighten on her arm, both of them frozen in place, the cold grip of fear wrapping around them. This was the moment they had dreaded, the confrontation that would either lead to their liberation or their demise. But they wouldn't back down. They had come too far to let fear dictate their lives. With a surge of resolve, Sophia stepped forward, her voice steady as she spoke. "We're not afraid of you." The stranger's smile faltered, surprise flashing across his face. "You think you can resist me? I know everything about you. You're in way over your head. And you underestimate us," Claire added, her voice gaining strength. "We won't let you intimidate us any longer." A tense silence enveloped them, the air thick with anticipation as the confrontation reached its boiling point. They were on the brink of something monumental. Either they would reclaim their power or succumb to the darkness that threatened to consume them. The moment stretched, each heartbeat echoing in their ears. Sophia's mind raced, searching for a way to turn the tide in their favor. They had fought hard to reach this point. Now was the time to take the final stand. With a sudden burst of courage, Sophia shouted, "You have no power over us. We're going to the police, and you can't stop us." The stranger's expression shifted, anger flaring in his eyes. "You think that will save you? You have no idea who you're dealing with." But Sophia stood her ground, adrenaline surging through her veins. "We will expose you for who you really are. This ends now." With those words, she turned and bolted down the stairs, pulling Claire along with her. They raced out into the night, their hearts pounding in unison as they ran toward freedom, determined to break free from the chains of fear that had bound them for too long. As they reached the street, the weight of the moment hung heavily in the air, but they were finally taking control of their narrative. They would face the unknown together, ready to confront the darkness that had haunted them for far too long. The night air was thick with tension as Sophia and Claire sprinted down the street, the sounds of their hurried footsteps echoing in the stillness around them. The adrenaline coursed through their veins, heightening their senses and sharpening their focus. They couldn't allow fear to overtake them. This was their moment to reclaim their lives. As they reached the corner of their street, Claire turned to Sophia, breathless and wide-eyed. "Where do we go?" "The police station is too far." Sophia glanced around, scanning their surroundings for any sign of safety. "Let's head to my friend Alex's place," she suggested, pointing down a dimly lit alleyway that led to a row of houses. "He's always been there for me. If anyone can help us, it's him." Claire nodded, and they took off, their footsteps quickening as they entered the alley. Shadows danced around them, but they pressed on, fueled by the need for safety and the urge to confront the sinister presence that had invaded their lives. When they reached Alex's house, Sophia pounded on the door, heart racing. After what felt like an eternity, he finally opened it, bleary-eyed and confused. "Sophia, what's going on?" "Let us in," Sophia urged, pulling Claire inside. "It's urgent." Once inside, Alex closed the door and locked it, his brow furrowing as he took in their frantic expressions. "What happened? You both look like you've seen a ghost." Sophia glanced at Claire before speaking, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. "We're being stalked, Alex. Someone has been watching us, and it's escalating. We need your help." Alex's face turned serious as he nodded, motioning for them to sit at the kitchen table. "Tell me everything." As they recounted the events of the past few days, Sophia felt a sense of urgency building within her. They needed to take action, not just for themselves, but for anyone else who might be targeted by this man. "Do you have any way of contacting the police?" Claire asked, her voice steady despite the fear lurking beneath the surface. "We need to report what's been happening." "I can call them," Alex said, reaching for his phone. "But we need evidence. Do you have anything? Messages? Pictures?" Sophia pulled out her phone and scrolled through her messages. "I have screenshots of the texts, but we need to show them the picture of Claire inside the apartment." "Let me see," Alex said, leaning over to look at the screen. His expression hardened as he saw the image. This is serious. If this guy has been in your apartment. Just as he began to dial, a loud crash resonated from outside, followed by the sound of footsteps pounding against the pavement. Sophia's heart raced as she exchanged worried glances with Claire and Alex. "Do you think it's him?" Claire whispered, her voice barely audible over the growing noise. "Stay here," Alex instructed, moving toward the window to peek outside. "I'll check." Sophia and Claire exchanged fearful glances, the reality of their situation crashing down around them. They had taken a stand, but was it enough? As Alex looked out, his eyes widened in shock. "Oh no," he breathed, stepping back from the window. "He's out there, and he's not alone." "What do you mean?" Sophia asked, her heart pounding. "There are at least 3 of them," Alex said, his voice tight with urgency. "We need to find a way out of here." Sophia's mind raced as she glanced around the small kitchen. "What if we go through the back door? It leads to the backyard, and there's a fence we can climb." Alex nodded, his expression resolute. "Let's move quickly. We don't have much time." They crept through the darkened house, Sophia leading the way. Every creak of the floorboards made her jump, and the fear of being discovered hung heavy in the air. As they reached the back door, Alex hesitated, glancing back toward the front of the house. "They might already be in," he said, his voice tight with tension. "We need to go now." With a deep breath, Sophia flung open the door, and they slipped outside into the cool night air. The backyard was dark and shadowy, the moonlight casting eerie patterns across the grass. They raced toward the fence, hearts pounding in their chests as they reached the wooden barrier. "Go," Alex urged, climbing over the fence and helping Claire up first. Sophia followed closely, adrenaline driving them forward as they landed on the other side. Once on the ground, they sprinted toward the street, desperate to put distance between themselves and the danger lurking behind them. But just as they thought they were safe, a voice called out from behind them. "Where do you think you're going?" They froze, fear gripping their hearts as they turned to see the stranger standing at the edge of the yard, flanked by 2 others. His smile was wide, malicious, sending chills down Sophia's spine. "You can't run from me," he taunted, stepping forward. "You belong to me now." Sophia's pulse quickened, and she felt Claire's hand tighten around her wrist. "What do we do?" Claire whispered, panic lacing her voice. "We fight," Sophia replied, her resolve hardening. They had faced too much to back down now. "We need to stand together." As the 3 men advanced, Sophia quickly scanned the area for anything she could use as a weapon. Her eyes landed on a discarded metal pipe lying on the ground nearby. Without thinking, she darted for it, grabbing it tightly as she turned to face the approaching threat. "What are you going to do with that?" the stranger sneered, but there was a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. With Claire by her side, Sophia brandished the pipe, ready to defend themselves. "We're not afraid of you," she shouted, her voice steady despite the fear coursing through her veins. For a moment, the air was thick with tension, both sides sizing each other up. The stranger's confidence faltered slightly, and Sophia seized the opportunity. "Now," she shouted to Claire, who was ready beside her. They charged forward together, adrenaline fueling their every move. The first of the men lunged at them, but Sophia swung the pipe, connecting with his shoulder and sending him sprawling back. Claire quickly followed up, using her fist to strike at the other man, who stumbled back in surprise. The stranger, momentarily caught off guard, glared at them, rage burning in his eyes. "You think you can fight me? You have no idea what I'm capable of." But Sophia and Claire pressed on, united in their determination to fight for their lives. With each strike and each maneuver, they felt their confidence growing, pushing back against the fear that had haunted them for so long. The 3 men were formidable, but they were not invincible. Sophia's heart raced as they fought back, using their surroundings to their advantage. With every hit, they gained momentum, and the tide began to shift. As the struggle continued, Sophia caught a glimpse of movement from the corner of her eye. Alex had rejoined them, wielding a heavy flashlight like a weapon, ready to defend his friends. "I'm not letting you do this alone," he shouted, joining the fray. With Alex's help, they formed a united front against the attackers, their combined strength overwhelming the intruders. The sound of fists connecting with flesh filled the night air, and for the first time, Sophia felt a sense of hope. The stranger's anger escalated as he found himself outnumbered, frustration etching deep lines on his face. "You think you can defeat me? You're nothing." But Sophia shook her head, fueled by the fight within her. "We are stronger together." With a final surge of determination, they pushed forward, overwhelming the remaining attackers. One by one, the men faltered, unable to withstand the force of their united front. Finally, the last assailant turned and fled, leaving the stranger standing alone, seething with rage. Sophia felt a rush of adrenaline as she faced him down, the pipe still clutched tightly in her hand. "It's over," she declared, her voice steady. "We're not afraid of you anymore." The stranger sneered, but his bravado was fading. He took a step back, his confidence cracking. "You'll regret this," he spat, turning to run as well. As they caught their breath, Sophia and Claire exchanged looks of disbelief. They had done it. They had fought back and emerged victorious. The fear that had gripped them for so long began to lift, replaced by a newfound strength. "I can't believe we did that," Claire said, her voice shaking but laced with triumph. "We fought for our lives," Alex added, panting heavily. "And we won." Sophia felt a rush of pride swell within her. They had faced their fears head-on and taken control of their narrative. It was a moment that would forever change them, a moment of empowerment that would linger long after the night faded into dawn. As they stood together, the weight of the confrontation slowly began to dissipate. They had faced the darkness, and now they could finally step into the light. "Let's go to the police now," Sophia suggested, glancing at her friends. "We need to report everything that happened tonight." With renewed determination, they headed back toward the street, ready to take the next step in reclaiming their lives. The danger might still be out there, but they were prepared to face whatever came next, together. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents.